What would we be doing last time? Oh, that's right. We found out everything was lies. That's why I named the stream that. I don't know how long this particular session's going to go for. I am pretty exhausted from everything I did today. Oh good, OBS has decided to fuck up chat again. Does this still work? Yes. Okay. That's so weird. Why does it think that... I probably should explain the context of this, because this has happened in a few streams now. Basically, the, Ooh, actually, hold on. There's something I need to check, but I can kind of explain that at the same time. So, when Twitch chat disconnects, it tries to, oh shit, this isn't what I want. It tries to reconnect, and then it gets, welcome to chat, right? What's been happening a few times now, is that, okay, no, I did get that, good. Yeah, and that's not for another week. Awesome. Okay, I didn't miss it out. Nice. Yeah, so it tries to reconnect and it shows you the welcome to chat, because that's what happens when you initially connect, and you usually only see that once. But sometimes OBS, or Streamlabs OBS rather, will have its little side panel with chat, but it keeps saying welcome to the chat. And like, I get the feeling that it's like, I don't even know what kind of connection trouble it would be having, because I'm literally streaming at the same time. I'm literally browsing using Chrome at the same time. Like, what trouble is it having? Because, like, I can look on my own Twitch page and see that chat is just fine, but even on the dashboard, it's fine. But I can clearly send messages, so it's not like I'm getting, it's not like I'm getting constantly disconnected so far as me being able to communicate with chat. Weird. Anyway, yes. To siege or not to siege? Tataru, yes. General Raban is now in safe hands. What? Another assault? Very well, we should return at once. Pray notify the Count of our coming. It would seem we face another crisis. The Dravanians are preparing to resume their siege of the Holy See. I am loath to abandon the Sultana to her fate. We lack the necessary evidence to act upon Dulala's claims. That being the case, I propose we leave Marshal Tarupin and the others to investigate and return with all haste to Ishgard. Hey, was this? Yeah, that's close enough. Have we had to do the duty finder at all since we got here? I don't think so. Although I guess it would be a bit early to require that, to be honest. Can I fly here now? Oh no, that's right. I need to find the what is it? The no travel eighth occurrence. That's it. Good. Great. Love that. Where's the compass? Shared fate, mount speed. there's 2 speed up. Damn, I didn't know that. Is it a key item? Oh, it is. 244 yards north. You know what? We're here. I might as well try it. How much was that? 244 minus 162 is 80 something? 80-ish? So double what we just walked. So it should be just on the other side of this little cliff here, I think. I think this should be reasonably close. Southwest. Oh. That might be it. That is it. Might be. What does that say? In addition to currents found in the field, there are others which can only be accessed through main and side quests. Information on current attunement can be viewed under 8th occurrence in main menu. Oh, no. Well, I haven't even fully explored this area yet, so I may have found the only one that's like really close by. So I'm gonna give that a rest for now. That might take a while. I did spy a dungeon at the top of the map, though, so that was curious. And none of those are particularly shit. I forgot I need to talk to the Chocobo keeper. Not, what's her name? Foretold. Last vigil. Ah, there you are. Sorry for cutting your reunion with General Raban short. Wouldn't have bothered you, but the city is awash with rumours of another Duranian attack, and Lord Helshafal was desperate to get a hold of you. Speaking of whom, he and the others are waiting for you inside, so you better head in. Friend, I thank you for answering our call with such alacrity. As I am sure you are now aware, the Duranians are once more gathering for war. Master Felspark, Master Lover, I must apologize for this abrupt summons, but we thought it best to have Mistress Tataru contact you by the most direct means available. When the Observatorium's bells toll, it is a warning that cannot be ignored. The Holy See has ordered that we make ready for battle. In case you haven't heard, a band of trappers returning from the west claim they saw a cloud of dragons big enough to dim the midday sky. Nidhogg's minions gather once more for war. but I would not have you take up arms in another of our conflicts. When first you came to Ishgard, I offered you my protection. If I cannot ensure your safety here, I cannot well accept your aid, much less ask for it. Scions of the Seventh Dawn, you are faced with a choice, to remain in a besieged Ishgard or seek sanctuary elsewhere. I would not presume to influence your decision, but I must ask that you make it swiftly, lest our enemies force your hand. I mean, I don't think there's a choice here. I think we're just staying, dude. I think you're good. Though we flee to the ends of the world, it would seem that no place in this troubled age is free of strife. Once more the Horde descends upon Ishgard, and once more her wary defenders must take up spear and bow. The Count would have us seek shelter from this storm, but I, for one, grow tired of running. If we are to shine the light of dawn, we must do so in the sight of our fellow man, not hunkered in a hole. What say you, Aldine? Stay and fight. And fight we shall. Let it never be said that we abandoned our allies in their hour of need. Noah is now deliberating how best to proceed. The choice we make this day may have grave implications for our order. It is only right that Tataru should have a say. Come, let us all meet outside and discuss the path that lies before us. I'm glad Alfino recognizes that, you know, Tataru is kind of being dragged along in all this. She should have a say as well. I feel like this is not a empty enough place to have this discussion, though.
Ishgard cannot well endure another assault. Even should her knights succeed in turning back the Horde, the casualties will be catastrophic.
But what other choice do we have? It's not like we can talk it over with them. Dragons and men aren't exactly on speaking terms.
With certain
not all of them.
Exceptions.
Yep.
You don't mean Iceheart?
When last you spoke with her, she lamented her crimes, did she not?
Yep.
Then there remains a sliver of hope. If we can persuade Iceheart to act as our intermediary, we may yet be able to convince Nidhogg to abandon his bloody course.
If there is to be a meeting, I would accompany you.
Estinian.
Even with your intermediary, Nidhogg's blood rage may render him deaf to reason. However, the mere attempt may afford our forces precious time to prepare. Of course, you might also consider a more direct approach to ending this conflict.
Oops.
With the power of the Eye at my disposal, and the vaunted strength of the Warrior of Light, we could conceivably slay the beast outright.
If we are to risk a face-to-face meeting with the Dread Worm, I, for one, would feel safer in the company of the Azure Dragoon. However, I should only turn to your lance if my words fail to find their mark. Is that clear?
Perfectly. I shall assume that Iceheart enjoys similar diplomatic protection until instructed otherwise. A word of advice. Think carefully before divulging the particulars of this plan to Sir Emmerich. 'Twould not do to have the Lord Commander accused of consorting with heretics.
Indeed. I thank you for your counsel, Estinian. We shall be honored to have you with us.
This is really weird given the context of the last situation we were in. Like, Alfino and Tataru were charged with consorting with heretics when they weren't. And now we are explicitly going to do that. This seems unwise.
I am glad to be of service.
But hey, at least we got a Dragoon with us. That'll be neat. We've chosen a difficult road, yet even should we succeed in winning Iceheart to our cause, our plans for parley will swiftly come to naught should the Holy See decide to strike first against the Horde. We must petition the Lord Commander's aid ere we set forth. I only hope that Sir Emmerich will be willing to muzzle Ishgard's forces on the strength of our vague assurances. Tataru, I would ask you to remain at Fort Hall Manor and inform the Count of our decision. Tell him the Signs of the Seventh Dawn mean to do all in their power to ensure that Ishgard and her people survive. Yes, sir. I can't believe that's a book. That's nuts. Enter the seat of the Lord Commander with... Actually, I didn't see where we were actually going. No, not the Sea of Clouds. The Foundation. The Forgotten Night. Ugh. God, I'm feeling so fucking tired. Usually for, like, late nights like this, I'm, like, raring to go at, like, 9 o'clock. Weird. Oh, I saw that adjustment.
See to it that the ballistas are in good repair and supplied with enough ammunition for a prolonged siege.
At once, my lord.
Ah, 'twould seem I have visitors, and unlike those massing beyond our walls, these ones are welcome.
Pray forgive us for interrupting you in the midst of your preparations, Sir Emmerich, but our suit concerns the impending assault. To speak plain, we believe there is a chance the invasion might be halted before it even begins. I can divulge little more at this time, but I must nevertheless request that you advise the Holy See to refrain from launching any preemptive sorties whilst we seek to put our plans in motion.
I will gladly lend my support to any endeavor that could spare the blood of my countrymen, but I would know more of the cause you would have me champion. Will you not share aught of this mysterious undertaking?
Know that I have offered my lance to aid in this endeavor. I cannot claim that its success is assured, but our actions should serve to delay Nidhogg's advance at the very least. Which is more than can be said for the ill-conceived counterattack advocated by the Sea's more vocal crusaders. They offer glorious death, but little hope of victory.
Aye, their proposal does not inspire confidence. Our resources should rightly be spent shoring up the city's defenses. The Azure Dragoon and the Warrior of Light sallying forth together to face the dread worm Nidhogg. I must admit the mere thought of it does much to dispel my misgivings. Go then, carry out your plan. I shall do what I can for you within the Holy See.
Estinian stepping in there was perfect. Because he's just like, look, both of us are going to go to see Nidhogg. It's kind of obvious what we're going to try and do. Having secured Sir Emmerich's support, we may proceed without fear of a preemptive Guardian attack, which is not to say we can afford to dither. History tells us that the Dravonians will attack as soon as their horde reaches a critical size. Before that happens, we must needs track down and win over the Lady Iceheart, and then locate and parley with Nidhogg. In short, time is against us. If you are ready, Estinian, let us be about our task. Cutscene. God, that fucking sword is rad. Wow, literally Knights of the Round Table.
Such commotion.
Yes, Your Eminence. The bells of the Observatorium warn of our enemy's approach.
So, the dragons are coming. Let them come. In
Wow.
hundreds and their thousands. With the divine blade in our hands, we shall rend their flesh and drown the heretics in their master's blood. Even Nidhogg and his foul brood shall be powerless to resist us.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
And when we have rid the world of their pestilence, we shall turn our attention to our Ascian allies. See that they are suitably rewarded for their invaluable assistance.
If I may, Your Eminence, the Paragons wield powers strange and unknowable. Can we be certain that they will not see through our deception?
We can be certain of naught save the righteousness of our cause. If you would be a true leader of men, you must possess conviction as well as caution. We seek to excise the root of an evil that has blighted us for 1,000 years. The risk is worth the reward.
And what of Estinian and this warrior of light? They have plans of their own.
Leave them to their purpose. We must each play the role we have been given. You and your chosen brothers most of all.
For the glory of King Thordan.
I'm sorry? Did he just, like, henshin, or...? Oh my god, that's amazing. Alphino would see to one final matter before setting forth. Before we set forth, we must needs inform Tataru of our plans. Then I shall await you at St. Raynet's Forum. Tell your friend we may be some time. The road you have chosen is neither short nor easy. Of that I need no reminding. Come, Aldine, let us head back to Forton Manor. Oh, I forgot to do a thing. Like, I guess part of the implication... I guess part of the implication of that scene is that, is that the Ascians gave Zephyrin whatever powers he just demonstrated, which seemed to imply some kind of transformation, but of what origin we obviously don't know yet. Interesting nonetheless. Our course is set, Tataru. It may be some time before Aldine and I return to Ishgard. You just be careful, alright? Oh, and don't worry about me. I'll be busy listening out for news for our lost friends. If anyone can find them, it is you, Tataru. Farewell. For now. Oh, before you go, you must put this on, Alphino. I made it specially. No, I couldn't possibly... Very well. That looks neat. By 12, it fits perfectly. And the quality is actually rather good. I'm glad you like it. I've been practicing my needlework while I listen to rumors and the like. A good receptionist is always learning new skills. They've given him high-def armor. My thanks, Tataru. Whatever else awaits me upon the road, I shall not fear the cold. It was the least I could do. Now I must be getting back to the tavern, or I'll never catch up with all the gossip. Best of luck on your journey. You're the best. I do like the really tiny tie he has. It's actually kind of cool. Like, you'd think that'd look really silly, but because of the way that his, like, the way, like, the collar section of his, outfit actually ends there as well and goes on further, it actually kind of works. Oh, fuck, I thought that was, Estinian there for a second, but obviously not. This one. Tons of people around here running around with Midgard Soma. But I guess that's like the first pet besides the ship that you probably get through the MSQ. I think. I don't think I've got any others. You have said your farewells, then? Aye, we are ready to depart. I suggest we begin our search for Lady Iceheart without delay. Very well, but she will prove an elusive quarry. Where do you intend to start looking? In the absence of any fresh intelligence on Ysale's movements, I propose we pick up the trail where she was last encountered, the Curthus Western Highlands. Let us speak with Sir Redwald, was it? As the commander of Falcon's Nest, it is like that he will know if any heretic activity has been reported in the area. Actually, I'll save the warp and just go there. Well, Master Felspark, what business brings you back to Falcon's Nest? Judging by the company you keep, it can be no trifling matter. These Azure Dragoon, I know, of course, but I do not believe I have met this young gentleman. Alphino Lavallure, at your service. And you are not mistaken as to the gravity of our mission, Sir Redwald. As I am sure you are aware, the Observatorium was warned that the Dravanians gather for another assault. We believe that there may yet be a way to avert this conflict, but only if we can find the elusive Lady Iceheart. Thus we have come to Falcon's Rest in the hope of acquiring the latest intelligence on the heretics' movements. I see. Then you'd be best served by speaking directly to my men. A patrol is due to return from its sweep of the surrounding lands at any moment. You may also wish to question the knights assigned to pick over the remains of the heretic refuge at Gorgagny Mills. 'Tis possible they have unearthed information that could be of use to you. Master Felspark knows well the place I speak of, for it was he who first discovered it. Let us divide our forces then. I will stay and wait the return of the patrol, while the two of you visit the refuge. When I have completed my inquiries, I will join you there. That works. Wise use of our time. Come, Aldine. I am eager to learn what Sir Redwald's men have found in the heretic's lair. Actually, it also helps that like the center of the rest of his outfit is also white, so it kind of like marries up. Right. Aren't I already part of the Novice Network? Sure. No, oh my god. I can't even scroll up because... no. Can I just shut off the channel for the time being? I'm not sure I, No, I just... Fuck. Oh, fuck it. I'll put it in. Oh, shit. That's the wrong one. I'll just dump it in there and I'll get rid of it when I want to. I don't really know what it's going to give me outside of just a chat channel like that, but... yeah. And so we walk. Northwest. 79 north. There it is. Nice. What? Oh, come on. Oh, yeah, that's probably easier to do. 237 north. Oh, hey, Disco Mirror. Do you mind if I start calling you Dis now, or? Because like that's a neat name, but it's also long. Oh shit, 80 north. There it is. Also, you're up late. Or early. Sure, a lot of people call me Dis. Okay, no worries. What time is it for you? Isn't it like... 7 hours? Which would be like 6 a.m.? Oh no, 8:19. Oh, okay. Huh. There you go. Oh, I've got a good question for you then. So someone invited me to the Novice Network, and I thought I was already part of that, but apparently I wasn't. Is there, like, any reason to use that other than just connecting with people? North. Like, I don't know if it makes, I think it's just for asking mentors and other players questions. Okay, yeah. I never used it. Fair enough. That seems what it was like, but I wasn't, like, entirely sure if there was, anything else to it. So, yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna... I won't decline all further invites, but, yeah, it's whatever. Oh, nice. There it is. Wait, how in the excuse me? Is this really asking me to do a... Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Doing platforming puzzles in MMOs is actually really fun, but... Okay, if this is gonna be the standard for this kind of stuff, I'm all about this. Nice. What are we up to now? I found almost half of them. Half of the non-quest ones, anyway. Hey, Master Felspark. I've been considering cancelling my sub. Oh, really? Why's that? There's something of a tale there. No sooner had we chanced upon a promising-looking sheaf of letters than we were ambushed from the shadows by great white beasts. So it seemed the heretics foresaw our coming and left behind their pets to discourage further investigation. Several of our number were badly wounded. Oh, well, you cannot carry out your duties until the creatures are slain. We have not the time to wait for reinforcements. Let us deal with these pets ourselves, Aldine. That is a big boy. That's an even bigger boy. Whoa. Jesus Christ, Summoner is a light show. The only person playing with me seems to have been ghosting me for a while, migrated service without saying, then quit to play League of Legends and some other games because of his GF. Oh, that sucks. Are you not part of a free company, or? After I finished getting all the jobs maxed, I was looking forward to doing stuff with people, but that happened. That's a shame. Why am I still looking at that? Yeah, I get you. Like, that's really unfortunate. Like, I know that people have their own groups to do things outside roulettes. Yeah. I got, like, that was me in, Warlords of Draenor, in WoW. So I joined, and then about 4 or 5 months in, pretty much everyone that I had, played the game with, or started playing the game because of, ended up leaving. So, and I kind of wasn't done with it yet, so I ended up, looking for a guild, to raid with, and, managed to find one. But of course that was like, that ended up with me getting into the guild that I would later go on to raid with for like 3 or 4 years. So like, I managed to luck out with that. I obviously don't know how it is with FF14, if that would be similar, or if you even have the want to do that, because that obviously requires a lot of coordination with people you don't know, which could be a what the hell. Thank you. Beast is slain then. My thanks. We may return to our duty without fear of a mauling. Nice. From one heretic to another, the expedition leader has a promising lead to aid you in your search for Lady Iceheart. You wish to track down Lady Iceheart, is this not so? The records we discovered those beast mauled my comrades appeared to be some manner of correspondence. We had not the luxury of perusing their contents more closely, intent as we were on surviving an onslaught of fang and claw, but I'd wager these epistles contain more than friendly salutations betwixt lonely heretics. My interrogation of the patrol proved fruitless. Either we divine some clue from these letters, or we wander the snowfields and pray the gods lead us right to Iceheart's door. It is hardly a choice at all. Well, guess that was the decision made for us. 577 west. So it's like there-ish? If that was 80. Is there a measure on this? I wonder what a square actually ends up equating to. Pistols. Is there one more? I mean, I can't see it. Am I blind? What? Oh no. Oh no, I look like an idiot. Was there one upstairs? Oh, there was. That was cleverly hidden. Yeah, I'm wondering what I'm gonna do once I hit endgame for Shadowbringers. Like, I could transfer servers and play with my mates. I've been really frustrated with this. I don't know why it's so hard to get people to play together. I know, like, 5 or more people who play, but for one reason or another, it's apparently too much to want to want to. I'll stop venting though. It's alright. Like, as much as I would not suggest going to WoW, it is one of the few things I feel was actually decent about where that game ended up. Is that, obviously in MMOs, a lot of people really prefer having to go through all the trouble of organizing and stuff like that, because that really brings the social aspects of it to the forefront. WoW very much felt like a game that, yeah, you can get a lot more out of it if you engage in that, but you can actually do a lot in that game without having to be active in a guild or with a consistent group of people. Now, granted, it was sometimes rougher to do that, but but you could just do it whenever the hell you wanted. And, like, I don't know, man, like, from my perspective, for example, I really like raids. Like, I really like raids. Picking up the game, like, 3 times a week and, doing some prog or re-clearing raids and stuff like that. That's fun for me. But I'm not... One of the things I found was that I wasn't always I'm more like, of those people I mean, some of them do play together. There's definitely spots, so it's not like they just want to play alone. Then what's the... Okay, maybe I missed something in what you were trying to communicate, but it sounded like you were struggling to put together a group for, say, something like, I don't know, an extreme, or just doing random content with whoever you could. But, like, one of the things I've noticed about the way people engage with WoW, for example, is that a lot of people want to do as much as they can by themselves. Like, a lot of people do like doing a lot of what they can by themselves with minimal people involvement. And I'm definitely one of those people. Like, I could have easily gone, transferred a character to, attempted to transfer a character to Tonberry, or at the very least gotten one of my mates to help me through the leveling process, but I didn't, because I enjoy this whole thing. I do enjoy playing games by myself. Like, I like having that space, even though I stream them a lot. And I guess it can, if the group content is cool, but it's not the main reason you're there, then I guess, like, you're not always going to get that person on. I just mean, why can't I just log in and play with them in their world? It's not like I want to hold their hand in content. I mean, I guess it just depends on what you're talking about then. Like, if they're talking about leveling, like, from my perspective, for example, feeling the obligation... I want to be careful how I word this, because I definitely sound, like, impersonal when I say this, but one of the reasons I find, like, going about this by myself more engaging than if I wasn't is, engaging with this all, and not having this other presence that, like, I have to keep in mind about, like, I don't want to waste their time and stuff like that. Mostly queue together for the duties they have to clear. I don't know. That's a good question. I'm at a loss. Unfortunately, I'm not at the point in the game where I really understand the ins and outs of doing it at high level or leveling, and what are the pluses and benefits to leveling with people and without, because I've chosen to level by myself because I want to go through the main story quests by myself. The fuck was... Because on one hand, I feel like I'd be wasting a lot of people's time when I'm just, like, sitting here watching every single cutscene and stuff like that. Well, one advantage is if the person is a healer, you will not have a queue. True. I guess that's the case, but one of the reasons I would... Fuck is that? oh, well, if people are not gonna let you learn, like, that's shit. Like, that's one of the biggest hurdles, I feel, to actually getting into a good group with MMOs, is finding a group of people that will allow you to learn. Because obviously, like, some people are more looking for experienced players, which is fine. But, oh, sorry, you mean in the reverse. Like, if you're playing with an experienced player, that's one less person. I usually don't tell people anything unless they really want to. Yeah, sorry, I thought you were saying the opposite of what you were. Let me rephrase that. Like, yeah, that's true in terms of having an experienced person with you means, like, obviously you probably don't need to deal with as much crap. But, you won't need to deal with as much crap, but at the same time, I don't know. This stuff is, like, really complex to break down, and I'm not in a state where I can really... I'm already falling apart articulating fucking lines in this, so I'm finding it hard to make my thoughts stick at the moment. I'll tell you what, if I think of a way that I can express it while we're going forward, I will, but... yeah, like, I think the main thing to take away is that, like, people enjoy games in their own ways, and obviously it, like, for an MMO, a lot of people go, why don't you just play with other people? That's the whole point. But people get different things out of the experience, like, than necessarily the social aspect, because there is more to the game than just the social aspect, especially when leveling. And from their point of view, it may be something like, I don't want to burden them with me taking too long or anything like that. Or, you know, when I'm doing stories like this, I usually try and engage with myself. Having another presence there is just going to be distracting, and I may not actually absorb everything I want to from this. It could be any number of those things. As someone that really does do a lot of this stuff solo by themselves, you know, doesn't really group up unless it's really, really necessary. That's kind of my logic with it. It's, no, that's all I got. I thought I had another thing there, but no. Apparently not. But if I think of something else while we're going, I'll speak it. Have you recovered much of the Heretics correspondence? Yeah, I got these things. Splendid. Added to the contributions from Marcel Lavalleur and Sir Estinian, we now have more than a dozen letters. What have we here then? Every one of these pages is a record of the dealings betwixt the Gagny Mills heretics and their fellows in the Afhar Amphitheatre. I've seen that name before. There's one particular group. There are requests for foodstuffs, clothing, and all manner of provisions. Isart's followers must yet inhabit the ruins we had thought abandoned. Ooh, someone's a scholar. Standing out the amphitheatre. Alphanor seems intent on travelling to Afar Amphitheatre. Does that... hang on. Does that fucking pig have a... is that meant to be spikes or hair? Because it looks like he has, like, either Goku's hair or, like... oh, baby behemoth. Maybe it's meant to be horns. That's cute as fuck. Holy shit. That is our destination, then the journey will not be long indeed. The amphitheatre lies on the other side of a treacherous strait of ice and ice and snow. Did he say something about Shiva? The very place where you witnessed the manifestation of the primal Shiva. Oh. That's where we ended up when we teleported. We must place our faith in the Aethernet. As you may recall, our dear friend and breeder succeeded in recreating the Akafar beacon after it had been destroyed by Lady Iceheart. At the time, I was assumed that the resultant Aetherite would only be temporarily viable, but given the heretics of Gorgagni Mills seem to have been in regular contact with Aerodhran at the amphitheatre, I'll wager it still functions. I suggest we make for the Aetherite within Snowcloak without delay. Correct me if I'm wrong, Essinian, but in the course of mapping the Snowcloak tunnel system, a passage was discovered leading out into the Western Highlands, was it not? Might it be possible for us to reach the Aetherite from this side of the wall? That's, I think, two friends of a streamer I befriended months ago. I understand that they have their own social circle, close social circle, and another subject entirely that make me miserable. But I assume they talked enough with me that they know I can be trusted to play a freaking online game with, yet I'm afraid of asking about playing 14. I mean, some of that stuff is hard to broach without more context, and obviously not being in their social circle and not having the context of that, it can often seem like kind of cruel to be just like, oh no, we don't, this is our circle, and with clear borders, I guess you'd call it. But like, sometimes people just aren't looking for more people to like play with. Like, they might have the one or two people they group with, and that's about it, and they're happy with that. Newest Girl, for example, who was talking about, just making a character on the server I'm on, because they moved to Korea, that we'd be in a similar time zone. I had to pretty impress that, like, listen, like, for leveling and stuff like that, and pretty much anything that's not, like, hard group content, I'm probably just going to queue and do it myself, because, getting into random groups with people I don't know, like, people I literally don't know and probably will never see again, or doing all this content by myself is the stuff I really like. Like, having to collaborate with people on the fly and stuff like that, I find really fun. Despite the fact that there may not be actual collaboration, because that can often lead to, like, really funny situations or really dire ones. Obviously for harder content, it's great to work with a lot of people closely. But the problem is that, like, you need to have, like, a closer relationship with them. And sometimes people aren't necessarily looking for that, or they find that hard to make, or they're wary of people online for, gestures at internet, many reasons. And especially with, like, relationships that kind of, or socializing that can occur with streamers too. Like, it's very important to remember that oftentimes that's not a personal thing, and that the fact that that person is, like, like, the fact that they're streaming an online game isn't automatically an invitation or an indication that they're looking for people to kind of play with them. But like I said before, this stuff is, like, fraught with complicated and unknown context for a lot of people. A lot of people on the internet happen to be introverts. That kind of plays into it a lot. Not as, like, a direct thing where it's like, oh, afraid of, like, talking with anyone, but it may just be that this is their alone time. They take space in this, and they kind of go along with people they don't really know all that well, and, they throw a commendation at someone because they did really well, but really what they're looking for is to go through the content kind of solo, which, I don't know, like, this borders on a lot of design philosophy that I've been thinking a lot about since I started playing MMOs, because it is a very fucking complicated situation. The way that WoW developed into something that was a lot more solo, or a lot more solo tolerant, ended up changing the way people interact with people at large. And it's hard to argue that that was a bad change when it seems like the majority of people that play it in a very similar fashion to what that allows. Or that it allows more people to play it, I guess. I don't know, I'm just really sick of waiting to be allowed in and never seeing it happen. It doesn't feel great to see you're being followed by, like, 900 people but still finding yourself alone. I mean, I'm not followed by 900 people, but it's the internet, baby. I wish I had a more eloquent response to that, but that's how it is. Like, that's even how it is in the real world sometimes. Like, when I was in high school, a group of friends that I considered really close, just like I'd had enough of them. Like, I'd had enough of their gentle ribbings turning into like actual like borderline bullying, and despite my protests, they kept doing it. So what I ended up doing was I ended up joining another group of people that a couple of which I was like familiar with, one or two that I was like friends with, but this social circle was not like one that wanted me there necessarily. I think they tolerated me a lot, and sometimes it was kind of fun when I had like something witty to come in with, or I was like one of the biggest nerds of that school, so like the first person they turned to talking about math, sitting right here. But the problem is that I needed a refuge from the friends that I thought were really close to me that just kept bothering me, and I latched onto a group of people that did not really want me there as much as I needed them. And in isolation, a lot of them were cordial with me, like, were really friendly with me. But when it came to the group dynamic, I just didn't fit. And it sucked. But at the end of the day, like, trying to think of how to say this. Like, that obviously sucks. The only solace I can offer you is that showing the courtesy of understanding that that is a barrier that someone would not cross should be an expectation you have of other people to you. Following through with that understanding should mean that you receive similar understanding from other people, and you have every right to kind of pull people up when they're not respecting that. Like, it's a mutual thing, right? And obviously for a situation where you're looking for a group of people to accept you and they're just kind of laissez-faire about it, like, you're never going to get it from those people specifically. It's never going to be mutual there. But following through with that, and allowing that to be the case, no, I lost it. Oh, god damn it. Shit. I had a really good point. I just lost the end of it because I was thinking about how to tie that back into the story I just told, but fuck. Brain's going too fast for mouth, as it usually does if you haven't told from me reading things. Like, yeah, I guess, like, that obviously sucks. I think it's important to realize that that is going to be a common thing, especially when it comes to streamers, because not all of them are going to be that open to it, because otherwise, like, that's like thousands of people looking to have that, and a person is just usually not capable of literally managing that. And I don't think you don't understand that, but impressing upon you that that is the rub with this kind of thing, like, hopefully lightens the blow enough that the next time it may not hurt as much, and then from then on, it becomes easier. Oh my god, I'm so fucking tired. Words. It should. House Durandare posted soldiers at the Western Highlands entrance after the tunnels were cleared, but they will not deny us entry. Whew. It's our heavy moment for the evening. Where are we going? Oh, we're going back out there. Right. No, I think I'm just gonna... Actually, it's probably just as fast for me to run from here. Lovely. What other buttons am I getting soon? Oh, that's right, I get Tri-Disaster soon. Nice. Actually, what was Enhanced Bane? Extends the duration of bio and miasma applied by Bane to the full duration of the original effects. What the fuck? That's nuts. I think I'm going the wrong direction. Yeah, I missed the bridge. Fuck. I'm not paying attention. Like, one thing I do want to say just before we completely like move away from that topic too much is that I don't want to imply that what you're feeling isn't valid. Like, it obviously sucks to want to be closer with people that either knowingly or unknowingly don't want the same thing. Even if it comes to friendship and stuff like that. That's not invalid. I guess it's just important not to hold it against them, because, like, in some cases it's not really a choice, but in other cases, like, their preference for keeping a tight-knit small group of people instead of, like, adding to it every single person who wants to be in there is something that I think is valuable and worth respect. Even if it fucking blows every time it, fucking shit, that was not smart. Even when it blows, that stuff could obviously hurt you in the long run. Oh. Shit, even further down? How the fuck do we get down there? I get it. No. Yeah, like, unfortunately, I'm usually the person who's kind of a bit, skittish to, Oh, wow, an Aether Current, too. Nice. Usually I'm, one of the people who's usually pretty skittish about, like, randomly letting people into my friends group. And unfortunately, that was due to, things that have happened in the past. Nothing too serious, but just something I don't really feel is worth getting into on here. And it sucks because sometimes, like, I feel like I have to justify it a lot to people, but, well, actually, one of the reasons I can talk about, socializing really fucking drains me. Like, even if it's work, even if it's just a voice call, even if it's sitting on Discord with a bunch of other people who are talking to each other, that can actually be seriously draining for me, because like, I end up paying attention a lot to the conversation and wondering when I can jump in, whether I want to, and even if I don't want to jump in, I usually end up spending a lot of energy paying attention to it in, like, a lot of detail. And, yeah, like, so when, for example, you know, I'm doing world quests in WoW, and there are 3 other people on, and someone says, hey, do you want to do world quests together? I'm like, no, I'm good. Like, that often probably comes off like I'm being kind of terse and stuff like that. And in a lot of cases, I don't feel like it's appropriate to really get into any sort of, like, oh, listen, like, from the beginning of, like, 5 years ago when I had this friend that I let into my group of friends when I was younger, like, really quickly, and, like, it doesn't feel appropriate to do it because it feels like you're justifying something that's kind of, I wouldn't mind it so much, but every time I get close to someone, their actual circle is closed, so rather than circles, I have, like, lines and can't really do stuff with. Yeah, I can see how that would suck, like... And, like, from the other side of the fence, I don't know what to tell you, because, like... Sometimes it's just a situational thing, right? Where, like, if someone would... like, here's an example, right? If someone would... If there were a group of people that came on and asked me if I wanted to do this, right? This is something I wanted to do since I took it up, because apparently duty finder for this is impolite. Or when you're learning it. If someone came up to me, if a random group of people came up to me and said, do you want to quickly do this, and then that's it, I'd probably be like, yeah, probably. Doing questing at the moment, but, like, when I have some downtime, sure. But, like, putting up those barriers and, like, outlining, like, look, we're only going to do this and stuff like that, often feels, like, impersonal enough that it kind of comes off rude, and there are some people who are put off by that because it's like, well, what the fuck? Like, we can help you quest too, and I'm like, I'm not looking for that, and I don't know. I think I'm talking around in circles. I think I've said my piece on it, to be honest. I don't think there's much else I can really say. The guest of House Forton, accompanied by the... Shit. Accompanied by the Azure Dragoon, no less. I cannot imagine what brought you this far, but you are welcome to enter the tunnels, and that is... Wow. Reading comprehension. The tunnels, if that is your will. Assuming that Akafar beacon... assuming the Akafar beacon still functions, and we must pray to the 12 it does, we shall arrive at our destination in mere moments. Though I do not expect to be greeted by the primal Shiva, we should nevertheless be prepared for a frosty reception. The heretics are not like to rejoice at the appearance of uninvited guests, particularly ones with our history. Fuck was that flickering? It was weird. Sorry for bringing this up. No, it's fine. It's an interesting thing to talk about because it has, like, a lot of intersections with MMOs in particular. And, yeah, I like the discussion. Okay, so we are literally back here now. I wonder how many ages it endured. Mayhap you should ask its occupants. They seem a friendly bunch. Sup? Dogs of Ishgard. Is it not enough that you banish our beloved saint? Will you not be satisfied until the ice is slick with the last drops of our blood? Stay your weapons. We come under the flag of parley. We wish only to speak with your mistress, that we might broker a peace. You think us fools, boy? It will take more than honeyed words to earn our trust. You walk with the Dragon Slayer, and we know all too well that what he is capable of. My reputation precedes me. They give us little choice. Come, brothers, may dragon wings bear us to victory. This seems unwise by them. Oh, no, this way. Oh, nice. He's jumping in. Hello? Oh, there we go.
Your god is down.
Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, what the hell? Oh, they can transform into little dragons. Or dragon men, I guess. Christ. Pain Flare is so good. What the hell? Or it feels really good anyway. Hey, newest girl. How's it going? Oh dear.
Focus. Release.
Know your folly.
Arguing with the X, but otherwise good. I hope it's not too serious. I don't know if I can hit them all with, No, it doesn't seem like it. That sucks. Hello? God. Titan, I swear to fuck. Ooh. Okay, buddy. Mostly passive-aggressive stuff right now, but I'm dreading the incoming explosion. Ugh. Yeah, I do not envy you. They fight like demons. 'Tis death to remain. Fall back, brothers. Retreat to the cinders. See no sign of Lady Iceheart. Would that we could have questioned one of them. What would you ask what we do not already know? They make for the cinders, and so must we. Even should an ambush await us, 'tis certain there will be more heretics to question. The cinders, you say? I confess the name is unknown to me. Mayhap you would be so good as to enlighten us, Estinian? I suspect it is the heretic's way of referring to the Dreaming Dragon, an island of sorts found in the midst of the frozen lake of Ashpool. Some 500 years past, 'tis told that the Azure Dragoon of the Age fought a dragon of titanic proportions. After a savage struggle, the mighty creature was weakened unto the point of death and forced into a magic slumber by an entire chapter of the Holy Sea sorcerers. Ere long, a rain of ash and cinders did begin to fall upon the sleeping serpent's motionless form, covering the creature at length in a shroud of grey. Of course, a thick layer of ice has since formed on top of it, but you may be sure I speak true. Fascinating tale. We should make haste to this Ashen Isle. Oh no, not the... Fuck, is that the name of the thing in Morrowind? No. Oblivion. No, those are the Shrouded Isles, I think. Ugh. Getting my expansion titles mixed up. That's always a good sign. Dreaming Dragon lies... I'm told to confuse Twin Pools. Set up camp in Twin Pools. Their leader, Genalo, may have information to us. Shimmering Isles? That was it. Fuck. Bethesda games. Ugh. I don't know why, but I never remember any of the expansions to the Elder Scrolls games. In fact, I probably couldn't even think of all the ones in Skyrim. I'm pretty sure there was one just called Dragonborn. Dawnguard. They're all generic as fuck. That's all I remember about them. Can't stand Bethesda games. I mean, I easily put like 2,000 hours into Skyrim, so I can't stand them anymore, but that kind of makes sense. But mayhap you are not familiar with that name either. The Convictors... Oh, the Convictors are Dragon Slayers after a fashion, but I am willing to wager that they encounter their fair share of heretics. If we are indeed walking into a trap, I would learn all there is to know of our foe. Sound suggestion. Let us speak with these Convictors, then and temper our haste with a measure of caution. Skyrim, you mean dumbed down Oblivion? Dumbed down Oblivion, you mean dumbed down Morrowind? Oblivion is actually kind of trash. Like, unironically. Like, Skyrim, I felt, got to the point that it was, like, streamlined, but fine. Oblivion is... It could be the time in my life that I played it, for sure. But I really feel like Oblivion did way worse than Skyrim, despite the streamlining and shit like that. Like, obviously, you look at Morrowind to Skyrim, a lot of people are going to prefer Morrowind because of how it did its, like, quest structure and stuff like that. But I feel like Skyrim at least hit its stride with that. Oblivion was the beginning of the current Bethesda monstrosity. I mean, it wasn't, like, yeah, I guess so, but it wasn't even... It's not good in the way that Bethesda games are, like, passable. Right? It was more just jank. And not much else. At least in my opinion. And, I mean, I must reiterate that I played, like, a stupid amount of, Skyrim, so I am very biased when I say that. Alright, we're over halfway there for, just discoverable ones. Oh, we're going that way. Nice. I mean, honestly, the final straw for me with Bethesda was Fallout 4. I intensely dislike that game. Like, forget what they did to the dialogue system. The entire story revolves around dropping a nuke on one of the factions, and there isn't an option not to drop it on someone, as far as I could tell, and as far as I researched. Like, fucking come on. Like, if that isn't an indication that Bethesda doesn't understand what the fuck Fallout is about, then I don't know what is. Then, of course, like, 76 came out, and... well... that was a bad video game. Why have I got a notification for... oh, alright. Right. New Vegas is the only good Fallout game. No, Fallout 1 and 2 are great. Fallout New Vegas is the only modern Fallout that's any good. Fallout 1 and 2, I feel, still hold up. New Fallout game. Yeah, like Bethesda-era Fallout game. Yeah. No, fuck, I mean... New Vegas in and of itself should have been enough for me to say, okay, no, fuck Bethesda forever. Because when I found out about the whole, like, bonus shit and the Metacritic score that kind of, fed into that, that is the most disgusting shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, that exact thing is that exact kind of thing is the kind of stuff that made me not want to try and get into the gaming industry proper. I'm a software engineer. I was like well and ready to like get to programming, but nope. After I heard all of that shit, the prevalence of crunch, I was just like, not doing that anymore, I guess. Gonna try and find my own way into that particular industry. Probably not as a programmer. Don't know what yet, but I'm gonna figure that out. Well, what do we have here? Hoping to join the esteemed ranks of the Convictors, are we? The hard-eyed lad looks promising, but you have a frail look about you, boy. I give you 3 days ere the wilds claim your corpse. I beg your pardon? And then Estidian shows up, and this guy's like, oh my god. Be not so quick to judge. I have seen this frail youth fell heretics with a flick of his wrist. And who are you to question my... By the Fury! That armor, that lance, the Azure Dragoon himself graces our camp. Oh, pray forgive my disrespect, sir. I am Gentilo, leader of the Convictors and fellow slayer of dragons. May I ask what winds, fair or foul, carry you into our humble camp? God, his armor is so fucking cool. Actually, speaking of Bethesda, this looks like the fucking ebony, like, this looks like it could be a variant of the ebony armor in Skyrim. He's a very cool boy. I'm jealous of his armor set. Actually, that's a good question. One of the things I definitely want to do in the midst of doing this is get some good glamour for my characters. Like, you get similar armor as a Dragoon. Yeah, that's fine. But is there, like, some place I can look up, like, what armor sets look like that are available in the game? Like, is there, like, a database, website with a database somewhere that does that? Similar to, like, how Wowhead has their, like, dressing room, or not dressing room specifically, but, they have, like, they obviously have a database of, like, every item that's dropped in the game. Yeah, there's a couple. Okay, neat. Because I really want to try and find an outfit for this boy. We're getting to the point that, well, I probably wouldn't do it until, like, end game. Because glamour is a bit more expensive in this game than WoW, at least from what I gather. But I would really like to dress this boy up in some proper attire. Attire to my liking, at least. And obviously, like, there's bases and dyes, which is going to be a fucking weird thing to do. I'd rather flex my raid gear. I'm not super into glamour. I'd rather flex my raid gear. Yeah, that's fair. Me, though, like, I really like a good outfit. Obviously, like, raid gear is kind of cool for a while, but, like, I feel like having it just for its prestige at some point loses its glamour, and and I'd prefer to have something that I just feel looks good. Like, that's the thing that I feel is, like, my super long-term goal with that. It's going to be complicated with dyes, because usually I just look up... I try to make one glamour per roll, more or less. Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I did in WoW. Every single character had a transmog set that I'd pretty much replace every time they got new gear, to make them look consistent when I was using them. Ah, Lady Iceheart, is it? I know her by reputation, but I'm afraid I've seen naught of her or her people. That said, my own men can be somewhat lax when it comes to making reports. You may wish to question them yourselves. Thank you, we shall. Aldine, Estinian, let us make our way through the camp and see what information there is to be had. Oh, that was a level 51 quest. we're 1/10 of our levels through. Most of them lewd because if people are gonna do that with their EQT and Vera, I can do with my Hrothgar. I have seen that there are some mods for this game. So I'm gonna say, I'll put the Scion Glamour you get pre-Stormblood on while leveling low levels. Somewhat. Some mods. So client-side ones, I think. Basically ones that just change textures and stuff like that. Oh, you used one. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Yes. One particular server I'm part of, a Discord server I'm a part of, is very, partial to, bunny girls with abs. Because I hate how flat Hrothgar look originally. Like, hold up. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. No, now I've got Bethesda on the brain. I'm a bar artist, so that makes sense. Cat dads, yeah. When you said Hrothgar, for a second I was like, why are we talking about Skyrim? Because there's that one fucking place in the center of the world. It's called High Hrothgar, which is where the fucking speakers of the fucking... The second I mentioned Bethesda, all this, like, hitherto forgotten Skyrim knowledge is just infecting my brain again. Ugh. Got a lot of quests. For all the nights to come. So, these 3 quests here unlock something. Is that right? I think I remember someone making this distinction in one of the, like, beginners videos I was watching, where, like, these are just regular side quests, and these ones actually unlock things. However benign or big that may be. Yeah, okay. No, I'm level 54. Some will unlock more ether currents. Shit. Because I really don't want to over-level and make it harder to level up other characters. And granted, it's not, like, a huge deal, but, like... Again, given how sparse, I mean, this is probably gonna start this discourse again between me and Newest Girl, but like, I feel like saving some quests for other characters so they can pick up something and not just do duty roulettes and levy quests and everything else is probably a better idea. But I'm just gonna leave that for now and do it because this is how I play 14. No one can tell me what to do. Surely one of those people will have encountered heretics while out hunting. Pray, speak with as many as you can, Aldine. Not gonna lie, side quests are pretty trash for XP. Yes, but they can fill in time when you're queuing. And I'm queuing DPS most of the time, so... Having literally anything else and them not being levy quests, I feel is a positive. Nah, I know not of no heretics. Tank queues, baby. Well, I mean... Yeah, I'm not there yet. Actually, what am I gonna... You know what? Oh, I can't do this right now. Nah, no heretics. Do you honestly expect me to keep track of every... I cannot believe they did a Tom, Dick, and Harry joke, but made it the most French fucking names. Okay. I'm gonna do the first pronunciation of all of these. This is gonna be fucking terrible. Do you honestly expect me to keep track of every Remu, Varimont, and Bertenin that wanders in and out of our camp? That was fucking terrible. They know. They know 100%. Like, having 3 of those, like, really well, for English speakers, complex names, like, right next to each other is like yeah. Go on. They're just names. It can't be that difficult. Are there any heretics in the area? I have not the faintest idea. By a heretic could pass under my nose, and I should be none the wiser. I had dragons, my dear fellow. The big ones. Forever do I scan the skies for signs of my prey. I care not for the miserable creatures that scurry upon the ground. Actually, that reminds me, we haven't heard much about the primal we saw since we left the islands in the sky. Looking for heretics, you say? Why don't you go and bother Periqui or someone? Bismarck. I have enough trouble keeping these preening fops fed and clothed as it is. 'Tis no business of mine what folk do with themselves out there in the wilds. This guy's smoking? Yeah, he's got a fucking pipe. Is this the first character? I feel like this is the first character I've seen with a pipe in this game. I think? Something I can help you with, my lord? Heretics, you say? Well, I've never seen one myself, but that ain't to say I haven't heard a thing or two. Hey, friends. We'd be grateful for any information you can share with us. The gods know we've gleaned precious little from talking to the rest of these people. Alphino, oh my god. Yikes, dude. Grinding money in mementos is the meantime. I mean, yeah? Are you playing P5R right now, Diz? Also, okay. I'm sorry. Persona in my good Christian suburbs, you read that in as is. Grinding money in mementos in the meantime. Oh. How did I almost pronounce all those French names and then mix up is and in? I think that's a sign that I should get more soft drink, because I need some fucking sugar in me if I'm gonna keep myself awake. It has also been more than an hour and a half since I stood up or anything like that, so that's probably a good idea. Yeah, I'm going to talk about Persona 5 in a second, but I will be right back. I'm back, and I didn't do the thing. Oops. I cleared the Egypt Palace in regular P5 and lost interest. Love 3 and 4 though. I'm the opposite. I love 5 and 2, but didn't like 3 or 4 much. 2 is cool. I felt like I would have loved P5 if it had come out in like 2013 or 2014. I mean, it was meant to come out in like 2015 or something like that, which is kind of ironic given that. 5 is one of my favorite JRPGs of the last 2 gens, I think. Still prefer Xenoblade. Don't get me started on Xenoblade. Have not played a single Xenoblade. I still haven't played Persona 2. I played 3, 4, and 5. I think I like 5 the best. I think it's just the best game overall. 3 and 4 have their like big ups over 5 in certain areas, but not a fan to say the least. Yeah, something really didn't grab me about them personally. I was gonna say that like grinding. I never felt the need to grind for money in Mementos, despite the fact that like when I play that game, I usually rush rank 7 death so I can get access to SP adhesives. But I never felt the need to grind in that game, specifically because I felt like I had the best strategy for getting money out of any situation or out of every single battle. And that was like abusing the hell out of the Sun Arcana's mechanics. I just like grinding. I hate it. I despise it. Which is why I go to lengths like, oh, I realized that if you get rank 1 in Sun in P5 Original, or any rank in P5R, you can ask for money, and then, you can ask for money, and ask for money over and over again, and still do all-out attacks, so you get all the XP and all the money of extorting them. It's fucking really neat. If you like grinding, play Dragon Quest. Yeah, I heard that's a grind fest. Someone almost sold me on that, and they told me that, and I was like, I'm out. One of the things I really hated about Persona 3 is that a lot of the ways you interact with Tartarus is just rush to the next checkpoint and then grind, and it's the worst. And Builders 2, which is great. I don't know what that is. Oh, Dragon Quest Builders, right. That's the, I don't want to say Minecraft-like, but it's kind of the closest analogous thing to it. DQ is super old school. 11 is like a 120-hour game. I mean, P5R is like 150 hours, but it's not all grinding. In fact, barely any of it is grinding. The only thing I ended up grinding for in that game was something that is a spoiler, actually. Sort of, if you haven't played it. If you haven't played a few hours of it. Actually, it's more probably like 10 or 15. Anyway, it is Minecraft-like, but with more focus on NPC management, I'd say. Yeah, that was the impression I got from it, but like Minecraft was the only thing I could really think of that was like a direct thing to it. If it please my lord, I'm Periqui, a soldier by trade, though not much of one. If I'm honest, it weren't for the love of stabbing folk that I took up the spear. See, no, it was by order of Sir Gentelo's father. Still, as long as they keep paying me wages, I ain't fussy as to what they have me do. Not everyone's as patient as me, though. Plenty of low-born lads who get pressed into service start grumbling before they've seen their second battle. And once they've got to thinking of how unfair it is, it don't take much for the heretics to turn their heads. That may explain how Lady Iceheart was able to expand her following so swiftly. Sad to say, some mates of mine gobbled down the heretics' tripe and asked for seconds. Told me they were off to the Western Highlands to light a signal fire. That's how you let the heretics know you're serious about joining their ranks, apparently. Send up some purple smoke, and the bastards come to you. Is that so? Why then? I am minded to start a fire. Oh no, Estinian is firebug. I'm through Futaba in P5? Through. Through? Oh, Aether Current. Oh, that's what that symbol was. Okay. Oh, through her palace. Yeah. That palace has the best music, hands down. I think that is the best palace tune in the game. It's so good. Yeah, the music is pretty good. Yeah, like... I mean, I'm a sucker for P5 specifically, but I feel like 3, 4, and 5 all have just amazing soundtracks. Like, I feel like 5 is more cohesive in that it inspires a theme that kind of works into the way the game portrays itself. Like, it works in with that aesthetic. Her Persona Awakening was like P4. Yeah. Different from the rest of the cast. I don't know if that comes up again. Sorry, I'm not deliberating because I'm wondering if that's a spoiler. I'm deliberating if giving an answer to that is potentially if even hinting that there is an answer to that is like a bit much in that situation. I mean, if you're not going to play it anymore, this has already played through P5, so I'm sure this is fine to say. This just confirmed, so I don't accidentally spoil you on anything, or accidentally non-spoil you on something. If we are to lure our foes to our position, then we must find a means of producing a signal of purple hue. Yeah, I was one trophy short in the original. Oh, okay, cool. Plan on going back at some point. The freaking Futaba trophy. Futaba trophy? What's the Futaba trophy? Oh, the memento shit. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? No, that's not Futaba. That's just 300 mementos lines, isn't it? I could be remembering that achievement. Oh yeah, like the Risei one in P4 Golden. Oh no, it's the yeah, no, sorry, I understand what you mean. It's not mementos, it's the battle cry stuff. Or it's the in-battle stuff. It's here like 300 lines of her navigator dialogue. Yeah, that's right. As it so happens, I once heard the tale of a trapper who dropped the hide of a woolly yak onto his campfire. Aside from the terrible stench, the story also described in detail how the smoke from the smothered flames was tinged a deep violet. I hate that freaking trophy. It's too RNG. Some people get it without trying. Others have to look up what they might have missed. Yeah, I don't know. Like, achievement design is something I have... Or achievement and trophy design is something I have never thought about in my entire life. Despite thinking about video games a lot. That is just an aspect that I could not care fucking less about. Wow, I actually found an aspect of gaming that, like, I have never even considered thinking about the design philosophy behind. Huh, there you go. You are a monster hunter of some note, are you not, Aldine? It should prove a trifling task for you to produce a number of hides. We may need to burn more than one ere the heretics notice our beacon. Master Alfino, you and I shall gather wood for the fire. It will take the both of us to find enough dry fuel in this frozen wasteland. Let us meet again at the Dreaming Dragon with the fruits of our labor. I'm a small-time platinum trophy hunter. I do not know. Yeah, I honestly couldn't care less about that kind of stuff. Like, I get what I want out of the game, and I don't really pay attention to that stuff to tell me if I've really made progress or not. I don't know why. It's just like... Oh, is that it? Oh no, that's not a thing. Northwest. Oh, it's right here. I usually don't care about trophies, but in P5 I was so close to completing it. Yeah, I guess if you're already there, then it's kind of like, well, I mean, I might as well. But yeah, I generally don't even give it a second look, to be honest. I'm still standing in that. You dullard. I have 28 platinums. Like, I don't know. I guess it's because I have trouble enough as it is, like, playing through a lot of games without, like, you know, going back to my, standard games that I play all the damn time. But, like, the idea of going through a game to get every single achievement, just, yeah, it makes me yawn. Oh, I got them. Nice. Where are we going then? Oh, I should check. Oh, in the same direction. If I really like a game, I'll complete it, at least with my own idea of completing it. Yeah, like, that's what I usually do. Like, it's either, like, replaying the game at a harder difficulty, or, like, so, for P5, for example, and P5R, like, the SMT games are games that I want to get better at. I feel like I'm not very good at them. So what I did was, I did normal, and then I did hard on P5, and then I did... Oh, sorry, I did hard on New Game Plus on P5, then I did hard on P5, and I did P5R on hard to begin with. So I'm going to do, Merciless... Like, I've talked about this a lot. I want to do a Persona 5R Merciless stream. Like, I think that'd be fun. Because that's the kind of thing I like to get out of games, is like, I like more the challenge than the completionist angle. But again, that's just me. Is that literally just an ice column? What the fuck? Holy shit, it is too. Oh, nice. Another Aether Current too. And for games in my personal top 10, I'll complete them over and over. Yeah, like, I can't tell you how many times I've beaten, say, Golden Sun, Pokemon Silver, Dark Souls, Banjo-Kazooie. Die. I think I 100% Ocarina of Time and Xenoblade 1 every year, pretty much. Terranigma 2. What's that? Terranigma. I don't think I've heard of that before. Play the games I want, and Terranigma is an SNES RPG. Oh, okay. I play the games I want, and before I start playing, I look at the trophy list and decide if I want to go... I want to get the plat or not. Yeah, that's fair. Like obsessively getting them, I would be like, I feel like that's not really that enjoyable. But looking through it and seeing like, oh no, this seems like an enjoyable set of achievements. Like, honestly, I think that's the thing that gets me, is that most achievement sets are either like a bore and I don't want to get any of them, or they feel like they're just kind of whatever. Like, they're not actually achievements so much as you did a thing. If that... Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Some of them are so trivial that it's just kind of whatever. KH trophies can die in a fire for all I remember. One of the people I follow on Twitch, Gamblord, plays a lot of KH, and they've been 100%ing them, and I think getting all trophies as well. I have every KH Platinum. Well, I mean, it sounds like Newest Girl and Gam are in very similar spots then. But yeah, he has streamed... Oh shit, no, does he go by they? Or do they go by they? I think he uses both. Yeah, I think he's on the border of that. Sorry, I was watching one of their streams, playing Pixelmon, which is a Minecraft Pokemon game, and the topic of pronouns came up, and I was reminded that they go by both, and I had to think for a second, was like, oh shit, hang on, do they actually just go by they now, or... Yeah. Either way, they play a hell of a lot of KH, and they've 100%ed it on stream. 100%ed a lot of those games on stream, which is... No, that's another game series I actually literally have not touched, is Kingdom Hearts. I don't know if I ever will, but... It would seem that collecting firewood is a new experience for Master Alphino. His must have been a privileged upbringing. Have you the hides we need? KH makes me the big sad. So many emotions. Yeah. Yeah. KH has some very big sads from what I hear. I don't know what they are, but I know they exist. That is a...
I should have known it would be you.
Wow. Iceheart herself. Why is...
Word reached me of a struggle with a small but well-armed band of trespassers. Forgive my comrades their hostility. Few come here uninvited, and fewer still with good intent.
I don't know if it was just me, but that last shot looked like everyone was kind of tilted, well, okay, camera, tilted, like, this way a bit, and it was really weird. After that, I started really disliking the gameplay. I was annoyed by the writing, but the ending of 3, I think I'll at least watch it. I cannot speak to anything regarding the KH story, because the most I have ever seen of it is Barry Kramer's good enough explanation of Kingdom Hearts, which is incredibly abridged, I imagine, and light on details, but quite funny.
Now, tell me why you are here.
Yeah. The execution isn't quite the same.
So,
I mean,
you seek to stem the Dravanian tide with talk? A romantic notion.
I mean, the core KH gameplay loop was the same in the post 2 games. Its execution isn't quite the same. From what I understand, like, it did get built upon over time, and it seemed like they added like I don't know, like, having not literally touched the game before, it's hard for me to describe how the combat flows, because it does feel like very, very baby's first character action game, but it also has, like, some of them deal with, like, card battle systems, some of them deal with spell lists, some of them are very more character action focused, and I don't quite understand how that all meshes together, so I literally can't comment. That's the word I was looking for. The problem was that they put games on every platform. Yeah. I have heard of the adventure one would need to take to play all of the Kingdom Hearts games, and as someone who likes to go back and play old games, I'm currently in the midst of a playthrough of Persona 1, because I apparently hate myself, and will go to extraordinary lengths to not emulate things. Might I be the first to say, fuck trying to play all the Kingdom Hearts games. It's a fucking nightmare. 2 and 3 on critical are difficult action RPGs. KH3 and 7 Remake are basically examples of what I dislike in modern SE. I mean, again, that's the kind of topic I can't really speak to.
If you but knew the truth, the spark which lit the flames of this animosity, you would understand the futility of your quest. Shall I relate it to you? The sordid history my gift has shown me. That which the Holy See has taken such pains to suppress.
Quick aside before you guys go in on that discussion. When was the last time we got a vision from the Echo? I feel like it was when we heard the roar after the Praetorium. No. We got a vision when the white-robed Ascian attacked Minfilia. I feel like that was the last one. And then it seemed like Minfilia got one herself, which before the whole unfortunateness leaving Realm Reborn.
'Twas more than a millennium past when an Elezen tribe first sought to claim the lands of Kurthas as its home.
Oh my god, it's green.
Unfortunately for them, Kurthas was already home to dragonkind, and they were not inclined to make way for the invaders. Thus did a bloody war begin. A war which might well have rumbled on until one or the other side was exterminated, had it not been for the resolve of a single woman. That woman's name was Shiva. While those around her fought and died, she attempted to parley with the dragons, and in so doing discovered them to be possessed of profound intelligence and reason. The great worm Heavensward in particular so enchanted Shiva that she found herself growing to love the creature, whom her people considered a monster.
I feel like that name is from somewhere. I mean, we've already had Nidhogg, so I assume it's the same, Heavensward. Final Fantasy. Oh no, it is, yeah, it is Norse mythology as well. That's where Nidhogg is from, right? I'm not just misremembering that. Yeah, Norse mythology, okay. I wasn't wrong.
In the eyes of a near-immortal dragon, however, the fleeting life of an Elezen is as that of a freshly cut rose. Scarce has the flower bloomed before it begins to fade and wither. Such melancholy musings plagued Heavensward, who had found in Shiva an unexpected and beloved soulmate. He knew that all too soon, death would snatch her away from him.
There is a D&D joke I could make here, but... yeah.
Unable to bear the thought of their separation, the maid bid the worm consume her, that their spirits might be entwined for eternity. Though loath to perform the deed, Heavensward ultimately gave in to her plea, and soon thereafter the tale of their ill-fated love spread throughout the two warring factions. No more could they raise blade or claw against one another, knowing that the souls of their kin were so inextricably bound. In the days that followed, man and dragon learned to live in harmony, and together built a nation unlike any the world had ever known. For 200 years did this blissful age of peace continue, as it would to this day, had vilest envy not stirred in the hearts of the Elezen. It is said that worms owe their longevity to the boundless reserves of vitality found within their eyes. And 'twas in this belief that a traitorous band of knights deceived their allies of some 2 centuries, and took by force that which they coveted. Nidhogg, he who now stands poised to unleash his wormlings upon Ishgard, was the great dragon who lost an eye to Elezen treachery. And until he prizes it from the hands of the traitor's progeny, no amount of conciliatory words will stay his fury.
You are wrong, Lady Iceheart. Lest you misunderstand, I do not doubt your vision of the past. 'Tis true that Nidhogg greatly desired to reclaim the Eye. Indeed, it was for that very reason that I kept it with me as I roamed the land, attempting to draw him away from the city.
Good gods.
Until recently, Nidhogg seemed unable to resist its allure and pursued me relentlessly. Needless to say, that is no longer the case.
Sorry, I punched the mic.
He has fixed his attention on Ishgard itself, though he knows full well the Eye does not reside there.
You believe he targets the capital for another reason?
What reason?
I believe reason has all but left him. Through the Eye, I feel much of what Nidhogg feels, and the dragon's thirst for vengeance will not be quenched by aught less than a sea of blood.
If Nidhogg is indeed lost to reason, might we not seek an audience with Hraesvelgr instead? He has thus far shown no inclination to aid in the invasion of Ishgard, and may yet welcome our efforts to broker a peace.
That's actually a good point. He hasn't done that. Sorry, I'm going to jump back in on that chat conversation in a sec, but...
Still believe that a peaceable solution can be found? Very well. I will take you to him. Our road will lead us to Dravania, the homeland of dragonkind. There we shall ascend unto the clouds, where Hraesvelgr resides.
Okay, this feels like Midgard Soma's doing. Not... Oh, never mind. Wait, what?
What a miss, my friend.
Sorry. 20 to 30 hours of gameplay story just came back and hit me in the face. Oh.
I sense the many battles are beginning to take their toll. Rest a while, and should you lose sight of us, Dravania lies beyond the mountains to the west.
Okay, bye. Hey, Hey, buddy.
Curious. The vestiges of thy mistress's blessing are not as faint as once they were. Thy will to succeed grants thee unusual fortitude. But will it be enough?
Huh. So, we just rekindled the Shiva, like, crystal thing? Huh. That's interesting. Okay. Winding back through chat for a sec. It's easy to say when I can't remember spoilers. Yeah, that was it. Remake really nailed what it set out to do. They perfectly matched the tone and added meaningful expansions to things that were short throwaway bits in the original. Anything more than that, and we're digging into spoiler city territory. The remake was linear to a fault in my own. Felt like they made gameplay compromises for the sake of just showing me the cinematic and hold forward and listen aspects. And I know it's a minority opinion, but yeah, I felt like I felt like it was too on rails. I mean, almost every Final Fantasy game is linear. Also, the part of 7 that they adapted was more linear than the remake. Story progression is linear. The old FFs were less strict, and 7R is what you can do in given parts. 7R's overworld is literally a long corridor with a few dead ends. There is a pretty big gap between very linear and open. I feel like modern FF team, barring 14, is more concerned with making the game cinematic and good looking. And also, I don't get why people praise what 7 Remake does with the story when it's basically pulling a Peter Jackson The Hobbit thing. I mean, I literally can't speak to any of that, so... I can't join in on any part of that conversation. But, a thing is happening, I think, and I'm not sure if I'm happy about it. Lady Iceheart stands ready to lead you and your companions into Dravania. You are Aldine, yes? Yes. Yes. The Super Famicom games are very linear. They give you the illusion of freedom. 6 less so than the others. 8 and 9 are on rails for half the game. 10 is a straight line. 1 and 3 are technically non-linear if you grind enough, but they gate you with strong enemies. 13 is the hallway meme for 20 hours. Yeah. I think that's the thing that everyone attaches to about 13 is the giant hallway. There are a lot more side quests though, the older games than throughout the older games than 7R's missions. Yeah. Sorry, I feel like this entire conversation is just way over my head, so I can't really add anything to it other than, yes, I understand those terms you're all using. I have no way to contextualize them in this conversation, but I follow. You're Aldine, yes? Pray address me as Ysaeli, if you wish. 'Tis passing strange, is it not, that fate should bring us together thus. Never did I think to walk alongside the Warrior of Light. But history is full of such unexpected alliances. Shall we make our way onto Dravania, then? The chill of the Western Highlands is unrelenting, and I would sooner be under the sheltering canopy of the Chocobo Forest. I'm sorry? Is it warmer in Dravania? It would be fucking hilarious if Dravania was actually, like, still intact compared to this place. Northeast. 600. Ugh, that's a long way. Yeah, and like, I know I've been saying, like, oh, I've never played the game, blah, 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 and I'm probably not going to play it anytime in the future, but I prefer not to just spoil it, just in case I ever do go and, feel the need to play it. Because I'd rather not, I won't. No, no, I appreciate that, but, like, just laying it out there is obviously, like, important, just to say I basically agree.
Beyond Abalathia's spine, the great mountain range that spans the continent of Aldenard from east to west. Into the deepening shadows of Som-Ar, where lies the ancient home of Dragonkind. To a land where the soil slithers and the skies seethe with sinuous shapes, they came.
Alliteration, baby. That's fucking cool. Twitch is giving me a low quality res for some reason. That sucks. I haven't dropped frames or anything. It's possible that, I know sometimes when, transcoding options kind of waver, because obviously I'm not a partner or an affiliate, so, like, I don't get them consistently. Or, sorry, I'm not a partner. Partners only get that. But, I've heard circumstances where, like, those settings will change availability and suddenly the quality just goes to shit. Although that sounds like you've got the options, which... Try and refresh. Yeah, no worries. We now stand on the threshold of Durania. The path to Solomal will take us far to the west. Better now. Oh, okay. That's good. Beyond the embrace of the forest branches. It'll be a long and demanding journey. Might I suggest that we take our rest at the village up ahead and see that we are properly provisioned? There is a village here. But I thought these lands were the sole domain of Dragonkind. Why would anyone choose to live in such so perilous a place? The wild chocobos. Tailfeather was built by hunters who make their living capturing and selling the beasts. Their leader, Marcechon, is an acquaintance of mine. Being a gregarious sort, he will no doubt welcome our arrival, and he will also possess more recent knowledge of the road we seek to travel. I trust there are no objections? Only to this ceaseless chatter. If we are to meet this acquaintance of yours, let us do it before Ishgard burns. Like, that's definitely in character for him, but I like that he actually has a reason for it. It's like, listen, my city is going to die if we don't hurry the fuck up. Can we hurry the fuck up? Like, usually characters in that situation have, like, no reason to do that other than the fact that they're assholes. And I really like that he actually has a legit reason to be like, guys, look. Dragon attack. Come the fuck on. These are really neat tree designs. I know that's really weird to, like, focus on, but, like, the idea that, like, the tree we understand kind of, like, sits, like, almost as a floating citadel with, like, the gigantic, roots, like, supporting it into the air is really cool. That's some really neat design, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, shit. I forgot to do a thing. Or I forgot to look at a thing while I was streaming. I want to see if I can access mod view here. I can. Nice. Cool. Neat. Because I was wondering, like, I didn't seem to have access to as many, of the mod functions from my dashboard as I would have thought. Since, Luca made, me a mod of her stream. And I was kind of curious why I couldn't see that stuff. But as it turns out, I can look at the mod view in my own stream, which is, you know, kind of a given, but... Marseille. Hello, my friend. I hate that the first thing I thought of when I saw this character was, why is Hanzo in this game? I hate it. I hate that that's what I thought. Was what? Hanzo. Overwatch bow person. Well, tan me my hide and call me Leatherface. We have... I don't know why that got me, but I didn't think the thing he was gonna say there was Leatherface. Whew. That's a pull. Oh, and if it ain't the lovely Yasale. It's been too long, girl. That it has, ma chiffon. That it has. My companions and I are on a pilgrimage to Som Al. Might we stay in Tailfeather a while and prepare for the next leg of our journey? Of course. Stay as long as you like. In fact, I wouldn't suggest leaving the forest at all. The dragons have been absolutely bleeding murderous of late. Forgive me, sir, but I'm not sure I understand. Do the dragons not bother you here in the forest? Bother us? Did Yasale not explain things to you, boy? You've seen the tower and Calum trees all about, haven't you? If you were flying above the canopy, you'd barely be able to see the ground. And as you'd expect, local wildlife's canny enough to stay hidden beneath the leaves, which is why the dragons do their hunting elsewhere, and we can do ours in peace. I see. Thank you for the explanation. You're welcome. Now, I know I know it won't stop Yasale here, but dragons ain't the only things you'll need to keep an eye out for, especially if you're set on heading west. And what might that be, friend? Finally a level up. Worse than dragons. Excuse me? I dare say you're wondering what could possibly be worse than dragons, eh? Well, I'll tell you. The bloody Gnath. They're what you might get if you crossed an antling with a megalo crab and taught the thing how to walk on two legs. There's only one thing worse than a dragon. A child. No! Like, every variant of that is fucking hilarious. I think the funniest one I saw recently was, a P5 one, actually, where... Oh, that might actually be a spoiler. Shit. Fuck, I can't use that. Okay, the game doesn't play it like a spoiler. It kind of shows it as a twist, but, like, something that's really heavily, like, implied to be the case already, and it's not a mystery by the time you get to it. But I don't want to say it now, because depending on how much Newest Girl knows of P5, that could be a surprise, or at least something that's still up in the air. So I'm not going to say anything. But every variant of that meme, where it's like, there's only one thing worse than a rapist, boom, a child. No, is just fucking top tier. Okay. They never used to stray far from their hives out of fear of the dragons, but they've gotten a lot more aggressive of late, sending out war parties for moms in all directions. Oh. Is that so? Heck. Rip Vine. Yeah. I miss Vine. Like, don't get me wrong, people are being really fucking creative with TikTok, and I appreciate that to no end. On hard mode, physical attacks already often one-shot people. I can't imagine Merciless. Well, funny you should say that. I actually looked into this, because I was curious. And in particular because I found out what hard mode on P3 was. Hard mode on P3 does do some value adjustments, right? But it also triples the cost of personas in the compendium. Triples the cost. Like, it's... I don't think that adds difficulty to the game. P3 was hard until P3P, where you could... P3P, your party was AI and they were dumb. I honestly got past that at some point. Like, the game is tuned around that. I feel like setting your... It smells all like it required more money for more money grind. Yes, it did. It didn't actually make the game any harder. In fact, it required you to grind more, which means that you got more XP than you usually would have otherwise, which means you were generally a bit more powerful than everything else you were facing up until that point. That you should have been, if you were playing otherwise. Which is the thing I fucking hate. Now, I bring this up because I looked up the differences between the hard and merciless difficulties in P5R, because that's the one I'm going to do it on, and found out something interesting about the one in P5. So, that sounds good. Until you get to where you got to the point where the enemies counted with instant death. I mean... Well, no. I don't think that's true. Or at least I never felt like that was ever the case. Like, obviously, if you lost momentum against, like, random packs of shadows, you could get one shot. But I feel like if you set up correctly, and you set up what your priorities for the party were correctly, you don't often get into that situation. So usually what I do, for example, is just set everyone to knockdown the second it's available, and that's it. And then for bosses, just kind of act accordingly. It's usually one encounter to get down what they're about, and then a second encounter to fine-tune it to actually go for a kill. But, so, in P5, so these two things are common between P5 and P5R. Normal damage is unscaled. It's just 1-to-1. In hard, damage received is increased by 1.6, or is multiplied by 1.6. Damage dealt is multiplied by 0.8. So you deal 80% of the damage you would otherwise, and you receive 60% extra damage. That's the same between the two. Now, Persona 5 Merciless is the same amount of damage, so the same amount of damage as hard. The XP and items you get are reduced to 40%. Oh goody. More grinding. Yeah, and like, this is very personal to me, but including difficulty that is just, you have to grind more, is not difficulty. It's tedium. It sucks. I thought they increased the XP. So that's where P5R is different. In P5R, the damage received is still 1.6 times normal. The damage dealt is actually multiplied by 0.65 instead of 0.8, which is roughly like a It's a 20% decrease in damage again. Multiplicative, though. So it's not just 20%, 20%, so it's 0.6. It's 20% and 20% of that, which is 0.65. But the experience and items you earn are multiplied by 1.2. Which is like, huh. There is actually an incentive to go on Merciless now. It's not a miserable, tedious mess. Like, that's neat. I thought, honestly, that was neat. But, yeah, so in Merciless, the damage you receive isn't actually increased. So if you were getting almost one-shot in hard, you were almost getting one-shot in Merciless as well. But I probably can't handle Merciless. If I do Merciless, there is one specific fight that I am gearing that entire playthrough to culminate into. Because it is the only fight that I struggled with on hard. And it is specifically majorly affected by the decrease in damage dealt. And if you played P5, I feel like you might have an inkling of what specific fight that might be. Because a lot of people have a problem with it. In Royal, there is one particular boss everyone complains about. I don't remember it in normal one. Hang on. It's the 5th palace boss. Then it's the same in Royal. Yeah. Well, it's the only one I didn't even struggle with it in P5. I think the variant they made in P5R is a lot more demanding on your DPS, which is going to be severely affected by the fact that they reduced the damage in Merciless. So yeah, that's going to be fun. But I have a plan. Tentatively. But a plan I have. If I do stream P5R, I'm going to set that out in the first episode. So I think there is a fucking DPS check in Royal. My lips are sealed. They never used to stray far from their hives. Yeah, we already read that. They've even taken to harassing the Dravanians in their own lairs, if you can believe it. Actually, let me get rid of that and go back to this. Yes, thank you. There we go. And when they venture into the forest, which is more and more, by the way, they certainly ain't afraid to come after my lot, and I can only imagine how much worse it'd be closer to the Gnath's home territory. Aether Current. Oh, so yeah, so a lot of the quests that probably unlock something are Aether Current ones. That's an interesting incentive to side quests, the ability to fly. I think that's actually a good compromise compared to the way that WoW does it currently, where you have at some point during an expansion, if you've done main quest lines and explored every area in the game up until that point for that expansion, then you get flying. Which I don't even disagree that it's a good way to incentivize that. But I feel like doing that through quests is better. Royal made Mementos so much better. Yes, it did. 100%. Although, I like Mementos. It's like Tartarus, but it's a side quest. I never saw a problem with it, to be honest. But they did add a layer of things to that I really appreciate. So, I don't think I've talked too much about what I think of Royale in total. Actually, no, I think I was discussing that with Newest Girl, come to think of it. But P5R, from a mechanical standpoint, is just a huge improvement on P5. I literally cannot think of anything mechanically that is worse in this game. I think everything is a positive. I will even say that I like the change they made to the boss that everyone hates. But that's why I like it. I feel like all of the bosses were changed to prioritize a different set of goals. The first palace boss gimmick. Okay, there's one thing about that first boss that DPS check was just very annoying. Oh, right. I mean, I'm going to be honest, on hard, I didn't even notice that. But then again, I've played P5 specifically through, like, 3 times before I played P5R. So it probably didn't matter what they were going to throw at me on the first boss. I was probably going to get past it. And that's not to say I'm good at SMT games. I'm currently getting destroyed in SMT4 because I'm doing the neutral route, and every enemy that I've faced up until now has been 80, and suddenly the boss I'm meant to fight is 99, who's throwing elemental AoEs at me that starts using Megiddo the second I put up a magic barrier. So every strategy I had just went out the fucking window. Anyway. 'Twould seem that much has changed in Dravania. The Nath were not one to cause such strife when I lived here. Who lived here? In Dravania? You lived here? Aye, 'twas in the time following the calamity. My family was dead, my home was gone, and I had fled from the bitter cold into these lands. I knew not the paths of the forest then, and wandered out from under the protection of its bows. That was when I chanced upon Hraesvelgar. He had descended from his mountain lair to hunt for food. My exhausted mind could not contend with the sight of the majestic worm, nor the vision of the past his presence visited upon me. Thankfully, Marséchal found my unconscious form at the edge of the trees and nursed me back to health, and in Tailfeather I remained for some time. Hence your familiarity with the locals. But I interrupted you. You were saying these Nath were once a peaceful people? Peaceful would not be the most fitting description. They are a fiercely territorial tribe, and any who intrude upon their domain are attacked without hesitation or quarter. Outside their borders of their homeland, however, they were rarely hostile. Indeed, we were even able to trade with them on occasion. They have changed, then. What of it? We have not time to creep through the underbrush on some roundabout route. I say we make straight for Somme Owl and crush any unruly insect we meet underfoot. More direct path, then. Very well. Let us first follow the trail west out of the forest and make for the statue of the Stained One. From there, we should have a fair view of the road that leads to Somme Owl. Shall we? Like, I appreciate, Estinian's, like, haste, but, dude, it might matter that things have changed recently, and I know we know that, but I was above the average level and still failed to make use of that mechanic because I couldn't ever have enough people attacking at a turn. I mean, I feel like just applying an attack down and defense down on that boss during that phase and throwing a healer up the wall. Like, if you throw Morgana to do the thing and then have Ryuji and Arn just wailing on the boss while Joker puts down debuffs and throws in the odd attack and heal. Like, I feel like that was enough for me. I could be remembering that incorrectly, but I don't know. It's obviously going to be harder on Merciless because I'm, like, reduced in damage again. And buffs and debuffs are not going to be the only thing that helps me there. Like, I'm going to have to actually have a strategy for that. But yeah, no, that is one, like... You know what it is? I feel like they could have done it on number of attacks and not DPS, and I feel like it would have been a lot fairer. Because if you have to permanently heal all the time, you're still going to fail that. But the thing that obviously feels bad is you did everything right, you attacked as much as you can, but you just didn't deal the damage you needed to. I assumed it would have been that at first. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, no. And usually, Morgana is pretty good at telling you, like, you're not doing enough damage, you're not going to make it. So you have to kind of all in, or, like, make sure you've reapplied debuffs and then, like, all in the boss. And stuff like that. Like, honestly, I feel like if the boss was meant to put you more on the back foot, and the number of attacks you did was the thing that counted, I feel like that's actually perfect. Whereas, where it is like, you don't have to heal too much, usually. The problem is that every time you're not healing, you're not dealing damage, and if you're not dealing enough damage, you're done. So, you know what? That I can agree with. I would completely agree with that assessment then. Mechanically, I feel like that boss could probably have been improved, but it didn't get worse in P5R. Which is a low bar, I guess, but I don't know. I feel like every mechanical change was either... Yeah, okay, I'd have to amend it then. Every mechanical change was either a wash, or it was actually just straight up improved the game. Like, just getting Baton Pass with everyone? Mwah. Perfect. Adding the ability to level... Oh, actually, no. There is one thing that I'm not a fan of, and that was taking out the automatic knockdown from technicals to force you to do the pool game. Showtime is great, but I wish it wasn't completely random. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'm sorry, am I stupid here? I thought we were meant to be going west. It doesn't look like we can go north. Oh, maybe we can. Huh. That's weird. I thought they told me to go west. Yeah, okay, so the one thing I'm not a fan of is taking out the auto knockdown from technicals. But they did improve the damage the technicals did over time, and then made them a guaranteed knockdown with the pool game. So, like, it's not awful, but I feel like you're on the back foot strategically when you start the game, which I'm not really a fan of, to be honest. Sup? Oh, you're a caster. Got him. Wait, were we meant to go... Oh my god, that was so confusing. It seemed like it wanted me to go, like, west. But it was saying, like, take the road out towards here and then go west. Fuck, that's weird. I should really look at doing these at some point. think I still have unfinished hunting logs. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. Depending on how, like, efficiently you level, I'd imagine you could either, like, completely ignore them or just partially do them. And if you're not looking for the rewards from the grand companies, then you probably could just ignore that too. Oh, that's a shame. That looked like a walkable surface. The fuck is that? Oh, that looks like a mini treant. Or the same skeleton, anyway. I'm really surprised we haven't had to go dungeoning yet. I really would have thought we would have had to have done that already, but at this point, I mean. Oh. Okay, fuck it, we're gonna fight him. Oh, you're a sturdy boy. Should be a chance to meet Marseillon again. Remind me to thank him. Had he not warned us to expect Ignath, I doubt I would be standing here. Amid ruins that I would tentatively describe as Ishgardian? The style, if not quite identical, betrays a definite resemblance. You have a scholar's eye, Master Alphino. The structure is, in fact, over 1,000 years old. It is a remnant of the age when our ancestors of dragonkind lived together in peace. You claim this as evidence of our harmonious past? I was taught that these buildings were constructed by heretics in honor of your Dravanian masters. This rubble inspires so much awe in me. No such awe in me. Really? Ishgard is painting the situation as not completely accurate? What? No. Really? Wow. I'm sorry, that was a bit much. Stubborn fool. How desperately you cling to the false teachings of your beloved Holy See. Thank you, Yasali. Enough, both of you. You threaten the success of our mission with this incessant squabbling. Aldine, pray reason with these two. Quite. Lest you forget, our goal is to prevent a war which will claim the lives of Duranians and Ishgardians alike. If we are to accomplish this, you must learn to tolerate each other's presence. Trust in Aldine's gift. In time, the secrets of history will be brought to light. Let that be enough, Estinian. I'm sorry, do you not know that she's... Wait, does he not know that she has the Echo as well? Who did I tell? It might have only been Minfilia now that I think about it. You would have me keep my counsel until Aldine's visions confirm the truth? Very well, but bait me not. Our meeting with Resvelga will likely provide the catalyst Aldine's gift requires, as it did mine. Let us press on. Oh no, I guess that was... If that was something she like just threw out there and no one had a reaction to, I guess Alphino actually knows about it then. What the f... I thought I killed you. Die. Ooh. Ysaeli wishes to survey the approach to the distant towers. Spy you the 3 gate towers in the west? West? I see one. Ishgardians know them as Anix Trine. The place serves as a roost for Resvelga's lesser kindred. If we are to reach the peak of Som Al, then we must first beseech these dragons to open the way. But do not be disheartened. The one who leads them is a friend. Of rather more concern is the disposition of the Nath. Let us survey the approach to the towers and see if the path is clear. Yeah, so fair warning, I'm probably going to give it another 40-ish minutes minimum before I end the stream. Just again in courtesy to my roommate, because she usually goes to bed around 1 o'clock. And what did you think of the last scenes of ARR? There is a VOD of that. I cannot put into words that entire exchange. It's the last hour of not... Okay, so there's a VOD from this morning. There's going to be a VOD from yesterday. The last hour of that. What I will say now is that I did not expect that caliber of storytelling from an MMO, even being told that this game has a good story for MMOs. But my reactions are there. But if you want to see like the moment I realized that things were about to go down, where is it? It's this one here. Like, watch that. Let me know when you have, because I'll tell you the moment I realized everything was going to go to shit. It should be pretty obvious from that clip, I hope, but, Actually, random question for you guys, or for you two. Does the hunting log get expanded on, other than, like, the 5 ranks for the classes? Or are they just there for, like, I guess, a Realm Reborn leveling? Because I feel like these are actually kind of a missed opportunity. Nope. Ah, that kind of sucks, to be honest. Just saw it. Okay, so literally, the second the camera started to move down to pull the cup into focus, was like, oh no, this whole thing's a setup, isn't it? Like, the second it did that, I was like, oh, something's in the cup. Wait, that means that someone knew what was going on. Wait a minute, did we just walk into a trap? Wait, hold on, is the Scions being here a thing? Wait a minute, no, the fact that the Immortal Flames were moved out of the city was, I pointed out, was a bad idea. Like, so much of that started to slowly click together as every part of that unfolded. And I would highly recommend just watching the VOD of that, because that was a ride. It was an entire hour of me just sitting there going, just like dumbfounded that the game was actually doing this. It was fucking nuts. I loved it. I like the ending to ARR is like, it's the kind of maneuver that is perfect for the start of an MMO that's going to have multiple expansions, because it sets up all these pieces, it sets up all this. I found a lot of AR to be pretty meh, but the closer it got to 2.55, the better it got. Yeah, that's exactly it. And like that entire last hour of cutscenes is just phenomenal. The thing I really like about it is that it's the perfect, like, it really feels like it was, I don't know why I just took my headphones off. It really feels like it was something that was planned from the beginning. Like, you know, some of the story wasn't like too great to begin with, or maybe it was something that was like, okay, we've got this foundation, what do we do with it in 2.0? We set up for next expansions, how do we do that? And it sets up all of these pieces. Sorry, I got something stuck in my teeth. It sets up all these pieces, it sets up all these tensions, and it sets up all these characters and interrelationships. And then it drops its arm on the chessboard and swipes across it and says, "Fuck you." This is the stakes now. You have to deal with the rest of the board that's left. It's fucking great. And it's really random, but it reminds me of the only good moment that Ruby had. Makes you start HW all hopeless. Yeah, like, that's the thing. It's like, it doesn't start you out with, yes, your adventure's over, and now you go on to a new one. It's like, no, everything is fucked. Everything is fucked. You're like an asylum seeker in Ishgard now. Deal with it. Ruby, what a disappointment. Yeah, but so I watched H Bomber Guy's video of it, and he reminded me of the one good moment I feel like that series definitely had. Like, I feel like even people who don't like it can all agree that this one moment was really good, where at the end of season 3 during the tournament, like, shit just starts to hit the fan. I can't remember her name, but the character that can make people hallucinate is complicit in the maiming of one student. The shitstorm during the tourney was hype. Yeah, because it did the same thing, right? Where, like, granted, like, it doesn't justify the build-up, because this, I feel like, justified the build-up, right? It was one, like, core game, and then, like, an expansion's worth of quests that led up to that. I feel like that's kind of justifiable for a video, an MMO. For Ruby, I don't think it was. But it was a similar thing, where the writers basically slammed their arm on the chessboard and just swiped across it. Like, no. This is a reset. Everything you know is fucked. Like, they kill off so many main characters. They maim so many. And they give, like, really weighty but fast decisions to a lot of the characters in that situation, and it's fucking amazing. They even just straight up kill off one of the villains whose plotline went nowhere because clearly there are bigger things at work. And they made the correct decision, like, no, this guy doesn't need to be around anymore. Like, he doesn't matter. So they killed him. And, like, it was like, what the I watched the same video, and God, I got so grossed out by Miles. Yeah, I made an alt named and designed after that villain. Oh yeah, that villain is cool. I like him, but narratively speaking, he was fucking nothing. Which is disappointing, to be honest, because, like, him coming out of the shadows and being revealed to be like, I was facilitating a lot of this now. Like, as a low-level kind of person in the background would have been really neat, but I think killing him was actually the right way to go for that. I watched that same video and got grossed out by Miles. Yeah, unfortunately that thing is really common in the anime community from my experience, which, yeah. I just like to annoy Lalafell haters with it. Ouch. But I mean, hey, Lalafells are fine. They write a surprisingly number of... there are, like... maybe it's just because they are short, now that I think about it. But it feels like the villains that are most prominent are all Lalafells. Potato people. Okay, no. There is one other Lalafell that is a boss. And it hasn't been on this stream because I haven't done any of the content for it. Now, most prominent villains are just dicks. It just happens that most Lalafells are dicks. I feel like that's not true. I mean, I know there's Yu Yu Hase, there's Taleji, there's Lolorita. Dulala is... Tataru is good. No, Tataru is good. Fuck you, Tataru's not a dick. At least not that I've seen so far. I feel like you're joking. Japanese seem to have a thing for writing cute little races, usually merchant type being dicks. Happens with Nopon in the Xenoblade series. That's weird. I don't know, are they? I don't know. I honestly don't think I can take him at his word, to be completely honest. Oh, yeah. So there is... Okay, this Lalafell is actually painted as a villain, but they're like... It's the one that I'm like, okay, I'm actually kind of afraid this character could just blow up the world. Who has seen anything to do with the Black Mage quest? The Black Mage job quest? Actually, let me go through this text, because I feel like I've been sitting on it for way too fucking long. This says, I fear the road ahead is teeming with Nath soldiers. Master Shalom did not exaggerate that. These beastmen have grown brazen, and indeed, if they would threaten the dragons so openly, do they intend to assault the lair itself? Pray they do not. Mighty though my Dravanian friends are, they are yet vulnerable to the Nath's muskets. There is no route save the one before us. Should the beastmen offer battle, we have no choice but to accept. A lot of battle there. I don't caster. Okay, so there is a Lalafell by the name of Kukuruka, who you get. So the receptionist of the Thaumaturgist Guild says, "Hey, someone from prison just mentioned you by name. I don't know what this is about, but I feel like you should check it out, because if this person is mentioning you by name, it's bad news." So you go out there, and an Amalja, a really scarred Amalja warrior, finds you and says, "You are so-and-so, yes? Cool. Kukuruka was correct then. I'm meant to give this to you. And it's the Black Mage's soul crystal." You return to the Thaumaturgist Guild, and upon showing that to a receptionist, she's like, Oh, fuck. Okay, hang on. I need to bring this up to a bunch of people I know because this is bad news. She goes to leave, and the doors close on the guild. And 2 Lalafell walk out. One of them is QQ Ruka's assistant. And the other is the prisoner in question, QQ Ruka himself, who just escaped from maximum security prison in Uldar for whatever. And he appears like Vivi in FF9. Like, big hat with the, like, huge shadows and the yellow eyes. Except one yellow eye, and then it disappears to show that he's got, like, a mask with, like, one eye visible. My son. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Like, that, like, when that character walked in, and it was like, this is a black mage that has literally just escaped from Uldar, knew you were coming, and is now, like, so intimidating that they look like a character from... that they're referencing characters from older... referencing the visage of all the black mages from other Final Fantasy games in a way of intimidating other people. I was like... Oh... Okay. One Lalafell that is pretty much a dick, but that I'm actually afraid of. Anyway, that's my story. This was also at like 3 or 4 in the morning, on very little sleep. So like, maybe I'm playing it up a bit, but I thought that entrance was just fucking phenomenal. Oh yeah, and it really solidified the Thaumaturgists and Black Mages as the what would you call them? As the edgelords of the casters. Because like all of their conversation was just Void Gate this and Void Gate that and prophecy and it was just like, oh my god, this is literally this is what warlocks in WoW act like, and it's so weird that these are basically the mages. 10 out of 10. Would recommend the Black Mage job quest so far. Can't wait until you see the Dark Knight quests. I can't wait either. So, the only thing that was even, like, comparable to this in WoW was the Warlock Green Fire quest. And I feel like it adds so much character to, like, the people who decide to be Warlocks, because you see a lot of people that end up being Warlocks, and particularly the more powerful ones. Like, it adds so much texture and character to the idea of being one. Like, it's a real shame that WoW hasn't leaned into that more, in terms of being, like, something that follows through all of the expansions. Like, they did the class halls in Legion, which was, yeah, that's fine. I found a floor that only has strong shadows, and I'm not abusing it to hell. P5, sorry, yeah. 14 storytelling world-building games not even in the same solar system as WoW. Oh no, 100% it's not. And, like, the one thing that I will at least give Blizzard is that they're clearly trying to build more foundational stuff with things like Shadowlands, and that just takes time. Like, their storytelling is not going to be on the same, even in the same universe, until they do something like that, which fucking sucks, but they've got a live game to attend to, right? They can't just go to this, right? They'd have to do a similar, like, Calamity sort of thing, and then suddenly change all the storytelling in that. Like, it doesn't work like that, unfortunately. Which is their own fault. Yeah, WoW can't hold a candle to it. WoW storytelling is told outside in books, etc., and is amazing, but at the macro level of classes, people, etc., they just can't do it the same level. Yeah, no, 100%. I'm not at all excusing the fact that there is a lot of lack of character outside of the literal story that's being told in the expansions. Legion felt like it was trying to take a shot at that with the class halls, which, yeah, did add some of it, but the fact that it doesn't, like, have through lines throughout expansions, that there are little things here and there that you're constantly kind of talking about because you are approaching this as a warlock or a mage or something like that, like, it really misses something there, and is something I really appreciate about this game, because you have storylines for how you develop as a summoner, or as any job, and, like, seeing how these people can go bad and things like that is really, really interesting. Because in a lot of cases, like, you know, it's really stereotypical that, like, oh, everyone's kind of shady towards, like, the warlock and stuff like that. But, like, what does a warrior that kind of goes bad look like? That would be really interesting. Can't wait until you see Shadowbringers. I mean, I've heard a lot. Oh my god, you guys are doing a lot of damage. What the shit? When did that happen? Clearly I'm talking too much. I did those casts completely out of order. That was dumb. Yeah, in 14 you turn up as a black mage and people are like, fuck no, and you spend an entire X-Pack fighting that idea, whereas in WoW it's like, huh, don't see your kind around here, and then ignored. Yeah, exactly. Like, funnily enough, like, one of the most interesting things that happened in Legion, specifically, was during the Warlock Mount quest. You go off to some random farm, to some random orc, and you're asking them about how you summoned this particular demon. It turns out that guy was a warlock that retired, which is like, how does a warlock retire in that universe? What does that even mean? Oh man, you should do a YouTube series on Shadowbringers. I won't have time to watch live, but I need your rants and realizations on the whole idea. Well, I'm probably gonna just highlight all the shit that happens here, and, like, maybe I'll do mini highlights where, like, I pull out the bits where I sit and talk about the story a lot. I'll do something with that. Like, at this point, the story has grabbed me more than once that I feel like it's going to be worth it to try and highlight it a bit more. I don't know if you can do highlights of highlights. Can you do that? Hang on a sec. Where's my video producer? Here's one. Okay, so highlights I can download, and I could probably edit it down. And I could even re-upload it to Twitch and upload it to YouTube. Yeah, I could do something with that then. I'll just highlight, like, I'm planning on highlighting all the streams. I didn't think this was going to grab me as much as it did, but the second it did, I was like, okay, no, I have to highlight all of this stuff. If not just to watch it over again, because, like, I'm that bastard where I'm like, I like watching my own realizations happen again, because I can relive that moment and then maybe understand more things that I find out in the future. Oh, sorry. Having hindsight, look at those moments a bit differently. But that is a ways off. Still only in Heavensward. Doing 52 quests as a 55 summoner. It's going to be a while. Summoning stone. Oh, Monka S. What? Excuse me? Stone bears a striking resemblance to a chocobo. On closer inspection, the stone appears to be a large horn. Perhaps if you were to blow into one of the holes, you could summon a chocobo, though it may be prudent to leave a rental fee just in case. Oh, right. Nice. You have highlights from 2014? Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do. That was when I was trying to do a YouTube thing. Very slapdash. With a bad mic too. It wasn't great. Reaper appeared to ruin my grind. GG. I was on a Final Fantasy podcast in 2013. When did A Realm Reborn release? Is that 2010? Jesus, this game is old. We were number 2 or 3 on iTunes at the time. Damn, nice job. That's fucking impressive. Like, even in 2013, I feel like iTunes podcast competition was really fucking tight. 2.2 is like 2013, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that makes sense. Fuck. I take no pleasure just in killing the Nath. It was to avoid bloodshed that I agreed to join you on this journey. Well, cannot be helped. We may proceed into the courtyard together, but leave the task of hailing its occupants to me. And keep your lance on your back, Dragoon. On my word to the Warrior of Light, I shall start no fight, only finish it. You truly are beyond salvation. Come then. I like the exchanges between the two of them. They're great. I was a cringy 18-year-old and it's all dead names, so I can't stand it anymore. That is very fair, but it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
Mistake thee for a Nath. 'Tis well I chanced to look again, or thou wouldst now be ash.
That is not the voice I expected from that dragon. I thought I was so funny. I'm surprised they didn't kick me off the show, like my ass off. I mean, unfortunately, I feel like too many people have that unfortunate period of their lives. I know I certainly did. Yeah. We're better people. The only solace is that I cringe at that now because I have grown as a person and realized that that is shitty. And that is the best outcome possible from me being shitty in the first place.
Dear Vidofnir, how I have missed you. Would that I had come sooner, and not out of dire necessity.
Thou art troubled. Speak that I might know thy plight. Thou wouldst have father admonish his brood brother.
I would end this war without further bloodshed.
How am I to believe thee, little one, when thine own companion beareth Nidhogg's stolen eye?
Have care, dragon, or I shall gouge out one of yours.
Estinian, you are not fucking helping. Like, I was going to appreciate that you were walking up to a dragon while it was roaring. I was going to say you were cool, but then you had to lose your fucking cool. You stupid motherfucker.
You forget yourself, sir. We are here on a mission of peace.
He's cool. Doesn't mean he's not a dick, or an idiot, for that matter.
My sires will forbiddeth me from inviting discord to our home. 'Tis for this reason and no other that thou still drawest breath, knight.
Okay, yeah, as long as we're clear on that. He can be cool and a dick, like, that's fine. I'm just kind of like, Estinian, this is the exact not moment to lose your cool about this shit. Like, come on, dude.
Vidofnir, please. We must be allowed to convey our intentions to Hraesvelgar in person, with words of our own choosing. Grant us this favor, and open the way to Som Al.
Thou hast ever been welcome, little one. But I cannot grant thy wish. I am bound to remain here and protect my kin from the Nath's god.
And there it is.
The Nath have summoned a primal.
I feel like at this point, the fact that Alphino and the Warrior of Light don't turn to each other whenever they hear that a Beastman tribe is, like, suddenly really territorial and aggressive, that they don't just... like... Why are you guys not, like, immediately going, they summoned a primal? Like, why are we surprised by this anymore? Like, that should have happened 2 quests ago. I think we learned anything from summoning primals. I know. I mean, I know. It's really silly of me to think. I mean, it's not like that's literally what I do for a fucking job or anything. But no. Nope. No learning to be done here. Everyone head empty. Only Eorzea. God. You summon primals for a 9 to 5? Cool. I mean... like, it's kind of funny that, like, having the Warrior of Light end up being, like, a summoner, and having them not, like, thought you were in software. I get it. It is kind of funny to consider that, like, the Warrior of Light is, like, a summoner, but they just don't get that, like, beast tribes summon them, so they're like... So whenever he hears of the patterns, he's just kind of like, okay. And then he hears that they've actually summoned one, and he's like... Really? Like, the fact that the Scions... Well, actually, no, the Scions have caught on to this, but I guess we're too divided and scattered to really be thinking right now, which is actually kind of understandable now that I think about it, but...
Dost thou imagine thyself equal to the task? To succeed where dragons have failed? 'Tis beyond thee, mortal. But thou art welcome to try, nonetheless. Only know that idle promises shall avail thee naught.
This might be the first, bit of duty finder we have in this, expansion so far, though.
It would seem we have no choice but to make good on Alphino's offer. Why must our every bit...
Oh my god! I'm sorry, newest girl. I completely glossed over that because Doey was being a shit. and rightly pointing out that some of the characters don't seem to learn anything from summoning primals or seem to have forgot it at this point. But yes, you are correct. There are 2 of them now. I like that clip is making a comeback. It's so good out of context. Name a more iconic duo, Doey and being a shit. You skipped an optional dungeon in the last zone? Yeah, I kind of assumed so. When we left that area, I was kind of like, oh shit, did we really miss that? But again, leaving stuff for other jobs I don't think is going to be an awful idea. I'm probably going to have enough to do as it is. And given that my late night stuff is going to be explicitly catching up on that via Black Mage, like, I'm going to have time for it. It's fine. I'll eventually get it. So he seems occupied with thoughts of the Nath and their primal. Who is their primal? So the Nath have summoned their god, and thus is the mystery of their newfound belligerence laid to rest. Yeah, like we couldn't have figured that out earlier. Are you not glad, Lady Iceheart? I thought you would applaud them for summoning a primal to further their own ends. After all, you did. I did not reach out to Saint Shiva to further mine own ends. I desired her strength only to forge anew the peace between man and dragon. But what a fool am I to speak of peace to you, a bloodthirsty savage who murders without thought or compunction. Enough, enough, I say. If the Nath have truly brought forth their deity from the aether, we must face it together or watch our hopes fall apart. All now rests upon this primal's defeat. No spoilers. Would you recommend I really make sure I do that dungeon? But ere we think of confronting it, we must first study its origins. What is the nature of this god? What manner of faith sustains its existence? My apologies. You are right, of course. Let us return to Tailfeather and consult Master Sean. He knows more of the Nath and their culture than most. It's pretty meh. You said no spoilers, though, so, like... Is it at least, like... Well, I guess you're probably doing the no spoiler thing as a general thing. Which I appreciate, but, yeah. People have carbuncle mounts, and I'm kind of jealous, honestly. What is that? Loth Gnath. Oh, right. Gnath's, Nath strongholds. That would make sense. I like the vibe, but it's nothing special. Spoilers for the primal. Oh, okay, right. Sorry, I misunderstood. Sorry, sometimes the delay happens and I'm like... I go through multiple thoughts at the same time and don't differentiate or flow freely between them. With no regard to conversation or structure. Alright, give us a lowdown. What primal are we facing? Oh, back already, are we? Ah, met the Nath, did you? And what's it? And what is it you'd like to... Primal. God. Summoned a primal, you say? 7 hells. Well, I don't know bugger all about Nath religion. Great, if I'm honest. Beyond their trading habits, they never seem much point in asking. But it shouldn't be that hard to find out. From time to time, we barter with a small hive to the north and west of here, outcasts from the main tribe, from what I understand. Huh. I reckon they'd be willing to tell you a bit about themselves if you give them the right incentives. That sounds promising. And what exactly would a Nath consider to be the right incentives? Oh, nothing your average hunter couldn't scrounge up in a day or two. But seeing as you're in a hurry, you might want to divide the chores amongst yourselves. You want a good-sized jar of land trap nectar, a basket of Calum tree fruit, and, always a Nath favourite, a generous portion of young Nanka flesh. I shall gather the fruit. Leading to the lower branches of these forest giants should present little challenge to me. Then I shall collect the nectar, with Master Alfino's arcane assistance. And that leaves you to bring home the meat. You'll need to carve it from the smaller Nankas that live in the rivers. 3 big husks should be enough, I reckon. Once you've got everything, you'll need to set it down at what we call a trading post. Here, I'll mark the spot on your map. You're most kind, Master Marchefon. Oh. Marchefon, sorry. I'm gonna buy a fight stick on payday. I have seriously been considering that. Like, I'm really out of my depth in fighting games, and I'm at the, like, it's really sad to say this sentence, but I'm at the age where I have no muscle memory for it, and I don't have the reactions anymore, so I don't know how far I would actually get. But I would still be interested to at least, like, feel it out. Like, I played a bit of SF5 with, Yuri, but I didn't do much past the training stuff. Jump into SF5 for the first time since 2016. Yeah, I don't think I played that since 2017, and I probably played it for a total of, like, an hour on a PS4 fight stick. I want an arcade stick for shooters. You mean like Raiden Ikaruga and stuff like that? Or like first person? Yeah, okay, yeah, Raiden Ikaruga, yeah. No, I can totally see that. Yeah, not first person. I still haven't played Ikaruga to completion. Like, Wooly Wooly will tout that game to the cows come home. And I played a lot of the games, like, the old Super Best Friends, like Wooly, Matt, Pat, and Liam are recommended in a lot of cases. Like, it's the reason I got into SMT at all, was a recommendation by both Liam and Wooly for SMT4, but I still haven't played that game. Gonna need one that's compatible with Switch, because I know Truxton is coming for it. Would you be able... I guess theoretically all you need is a Bluetooth compatible one. I don't know how you connect it to a Switch otherwise. Because I think the USB-C output is used exclusively for video, isn't it? I could be wrong about that, but... it's probably USB. Well, yeah, it's USB-C, but the problem is I don't think... Yeah, well, what I mean is that the only port that's an out on it... Or, sorry, the only port that's even conceivably an in on it is the USB-C one, and I'm pretty sure that, that's only video and audio out. Wait, does it? I haven't added many peripherals to mine, so like maybe I'm just out of touch with that. Which is very possible. I guess I also haven't tried either, so controller Switch. I only have a Switch Lite. Yeah, my roommate has Switch Lite too. Which is unfortunate because her Switch Lite ended up having some problems with the Joy-Cons, and the Joy-Cons are like literally tied to the console. So she had to get the entire console replaced, which means that she lost her island in Animal Crossing. Something she had poured a good, like, I think 200 hours into at that point, which they made the pick one after I bought mine. That sucks. I had a hard time with the Joy-Con drifting, so I don't have the courage to get a light. Yeah, like, I definitely wouldn't do that at this point either. And honestly, I've been thinking of getting another set of Joy-Cons because I can feel it already starting to, like, really drift hard. Losing Animal Crossing Island is legit reason to sue. Dude, I was trying to understand, like, why the Animal Crossing Islands were designed the way they are. Because I was trying to understand why it was, like, tied to the console and, like, couldn't be moved across or anything like that. And basically what I gleaned from my roommate's description of it is that the design team fucked up. There is literally no reason you shouldn't be able to move it. It's fucking stupid. Is not liking Animal Crossing a hot take now? Animal Crossing is a very specific kind of game. I feel like not enjoying it is just... It's like not enjoying, it's boring. No, I don't like it, but I understand time investment in games and defend people's choice. Unfortunately, my country is fucked with the tech support. Fixing a Joy-Con for free is a one-time thing only. After that, it's like more than half the price of a new pair. Yeah. Which is lame. Like, in terms of Animal Crossing, like... It's... The reason I would draw a comparison to Minecraft in it is that if I suggested someone play it, they should have a project in mind. It's not a... Oh, no, Animal Crossing has a bit more purpose to it than just that. But if you don't have a project in mind, I feel like you can get really bored really quickly. Whereas if you have a project in mind, it's a bit easier to be like, oh, okay, no, I'm gonna do, like, you understand how the game works, and you're like, yes, I'm gonna do this thing. But that's just me. Like, I enjoyed my time with AC and H, but I got tired of the cycle after 2 months. Don't think it's necessarily a bad game, I just really stick with those kind of games. Well, like, to be fair, those games are hard to stick with for a long time because, like, at some point you're just gonna run out of shit to do. And, like, not all of it is gonna be interesting to a person. Like, thankfully, or, thankfully, in a world where, you can get regular updates to games, like, you just get DLC every now and then, or free DLC that's just new events and stuff like that, that adds more variety and might add something to go back to, but, stoked for the Suikoden spiritual successor. Never played any of those. I heard they're good, but I think I expected things. I hoped they'd improved enough that they didn't, in my own... Well, I mean, yeah, but I can't speak to any of that, having not played an Animal Crossing since the GameCube one? And I think it was the first, come to think of it. Feel more alive in spite of you not being able to interact with the NPCs in the way you do with animals in AC. Well... Well, yeah, no, that's just something I really can't speak to. I was about to say something, but, like, no, I don't have enough experience with the new Animal Crossings and, like, anything Dragon Quest Builders related to even comment on that. JRPG with 100 party members. I mean... Fuck, that's a game I still haven't played that I really want to play too. Wonderful 101. Oh god, I need to play that at some point. I also remembered that I still haven't gotten Spiritfarer either, which I've been really looking forward to, because that game looks like right up my alley. Like a management game that is also tied to massive feels and has like a Pyre-esque, like, get this person to a good state and then say goodbye to them system. Sign me the fuck up. I beat Wonderful 101 on Wii U, and I'm still waiting for my Kickstarter copy from Switch to arrive. I didn't play it on the Wii U. I didn't manage to get a copy of it, but I do want to play it in the future. Did I play Necro Barista? Yes. I would highly recommend Necro Barista to anyone who hasn't played that. It's set in Melbourne, Australia, actually, which is really funny. But, it's a visual novel style game that deals with the border between life and death. It's really cool. It oozes charm, and its world is really intriguing. I fucking love it. That might be one of my favorite games released this year, to be honest. I was able to gather a godly amount of nectar from the land traps. Thank you. Though I would not have known how to harvest it without Yasale's help. Do you have the Nunca meat? Sure do. Splendid. I shall put this with Estinian's fruit and assemble a suitably generous-looking hamper for the Nath. Or the Nath. Yep, I'm just going to take the money. The non-mind. Alfino is eager to make contact with the Nath. I hope we get voice acting for the Nath. I'd be super curious to hear how they talk. Well, everything appears to be in order. Assuming no one has any objections to my choice of presentation, I shall place our offerings at the trading post as instructed. Were I of the Nath, I think I would be suitably impressed. I don't think anyone cares, Alfino. I don't think anyone's going to pull you up on that. He says, putting them into a sack. You build a fort and the party members are... Solid? between base dudes and combat dudes. It's super cool. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, Sweet Coden. Right. Yes, that makes sense now. Well, how long must we wait? Should we have sounded a signal or some such? Calm yourself, Master Alfino. Our offering has not gone unnoticed. Hey, fellas. Long has it been since hunters last came to trade, bearing gifts that filled the air with such delightful scents. Landtrap nectar, Calum tree fruit, and Namka flesh. What delectable foods you have brought us. Our meager existence is much enriched by your bounty. Come, hunters, come to our hive if you would trade. Cramped and stifling our homes are, but the rancid incense keeps the dragons at bay. Cramped, stifling, and horribly smelly. Oh, I love these guys already. Better live in the stench than be cracked and crunched by dragon jaws. Come, it is not far. I mean, are we one to reject Nath hospitality? Vath Fleetfoot. Oh my god, they're named like halflings. That's great. The whole truth. Oh, that's just the... yeah. Current. Heck. Come on. How are we going with this area, actually? Oh yeah, we're getting there. Your presence has been announced to the storyteller. Didn't they change the locations of the currents in Heavensward? I have no fucking clue. Maybe they only changed a subset of them. You must speak to our chosen leader in words, for we are Vath. We are the non-mind. Oh. Oh. It looks like he's pasted fucking hair onto himself to look like a beard. Oh, fuck, that's great. Welcome to our hive, hunters. You have brought delicacies much sought after by our people, and we are much pleased. What would you have in return? Honored Elder, pray allow me to begin by thanking you for welcoming us into your home, and for accepting our humble offerings. My companions and I are come in search of knowledge, specifically knowledge of your people's god. Knowledge alone? What strange hunters you are. But if it is words you desire, then words you shall have. We are the Vath, the non-mind, and to speak is our fate. You will hear the tale of the Nath's god, the god of the One Mind summoned into our midst. The One Mind? These are the Nath who reside in the main colony? Yes, they are one, connected. But let us begin the story at its beginning. Some moons ago, a single dragon flew in from the east, bleeding and weak. It fell from the sky and into the hive, where it was swarmed by my brethren, and with spear and spell and musket the dragon was slain. It was likely one that had fled battle with my kinsman. I should commend you for finishing the job. Shut the fuck up, Astinian. Motherfucker, interrupting his story. Dragons are fierce and terrible adversaries. The One Mind would always cower when their winged shadows passed over the ground, but no longer. They had learned that a battle-weary Dravanian was easy prey. Thus did the One Mind decide to heed the words of the black-robed men. The One Mind could not Oh, did the Overmind, sorry, decide to hear the words of the Black-robed men? The One Mind would call forth our god and unleash his blades upon the dragons. Javanian lands would become Nath lands, and ever larger would grow our domain. Maybe later I'll find out with Telegy Adelegy. Yes, had to misspell on purpose. If I don't unsub. Oh, I say. Okay, see, I understand what you mean. This was an old patch that did it? Oh. But our god ever hungers. The price he demands in crystals far exceeds the rewards for this war. We of the Vath despise and revile his insatiable existence. Okay, well, at least we see eye to eye on one thing. That's what I want. The currents on release were a pain in the dick. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so what did we learn from that? A Nathic deity. Yasali seems troubled by the Nath's war of expansion. I call upon the power of a primal for the greater good. Conscious all the while that I do so at grave cost to the land, I reason that it is a necessary evil and willingly shoulder the burden of my sin. Gotta go. Things are going down. Okay, well, I hope things are okay, newest girl. If it's what I'm assuming it is, I hope the explosion isn't too big. That probably sounds fucking terrible out of context. In suggesting that such crimes... Yeah, we'll see. Well, fingers crossed, and have a good night. I'm probably going to wrap up soon anyway, because it's getting late. In suggesting that such crimes... Cease. Wait, what did I do? Oh, no, explosion is in something actually exploding, not... Actually, I don't know what you were referring to then. I'm just going to move on. In suggesting that such crimes can be justified, you may argue that I presume too much, but you must surely see that I am aware of the magnitude of my transgressions. Not so the Nath. They summon their deity for no greater purpose than to expand their dominion. Lol, later. Have a good one, newest. I pray that things go okay. Well, I don't pray. I'm not a religious person. Moving on. To a sign of the Seventh Dawn, one sworn to eliminate the primal threat, the distinction you draw seems questionable at best. Is it though? Because I feel like we've gone through this entire process without really considering why anyone summons primals, and it's one of the reasons that we really haven't understood why. For example, the Kobold summoned Titan, the Ixal summoned Garuda, and the Amalja summoned Ifrit, because it turns out a lot of them actually had decent reasons for doing that. So did the Sylph summoning Ramu. So did Iceheart for summoning Shiva. The only people you could possibly level that at is people trying to summon Midgard Soma again. Fuck, the race that was trying to summon Leviathan too? We're dealing with Lominsa kind of encroaching on their territory. I feel like this is actually a big blind spot the signs that the Seventh Dawn have, because they're primals destructive, kill primals, but they don't question why they keep getting summoned. Or, sorry, no, Y'shtola does. And that's why Y'shtola is good. But the fact that Alphino still doesn't appreciate this difference is... It's not bad writing. It's this character is just not getting it. Which is, for him, very, thing. It's more an atomic bomb analogy where we get why they are doing it, but we just think it's never the right idea. Right, but the problem is that if you get if you get why, maybe you could still make amends in that way, but they never do. And the implication is that the kobolds and, like, all of the beastmen start resummoning their stuff. Sorry? Oh, I'm just expanding on what you've said, because what you said is absolutely correct. Like, summoning a god is not a small deal. You're absolutely right. Well, no, it's not a 30-minute short trip to fix. Well, no, that's not true, because it's been established that you can summon a primal of anything if you believe in it hard enough, and that's not religious. That's not like zealotry. That's not necessarily zealotry. Like, Moogles just willed a god into existence for all we know. Like, if, like, the way it's portrayed in the story, at least, the beastmen are acting out of desperation. Now, regardless of whether that's actually religious zealotry or not, or whether you want to paint it as something that is hard to get them out of, isn't the point. The point is that they feel desperate enough to do that, and there are specific direct actions that each of the grand companies has taken to make that worse, and those never get addressed. That's the thing here, right? Because they believe in the god. Well, I mean, the god actually exists. So, like, that, like, religious followings around them is, like, that makes sense. But a lot of people are summoning them out of desperation, and it feels like the actual solution to the primal threat is not stop having next expansion thoughts and feelings now. No, I will most certainly pick up on the things this game is dropping in front of me, like it's like it's just hand waving them across. I'm going to pick them up and examine them. Thank you very much. But so, like, I want to be very clear. Like, the reason I talk about this stuff is because I want to start establishing that kind of thing before we get to it, because I think it's important to see how this game builds a story, because it is explicitly building a story very well, and I want to talk about where it's dropping these little hints that, like, you know, maybe Alphinaud doesn't actually get the problem? Huh. Like, I'm really enjoying this game's storytelling, which is why I'm stopping to talk about it so much, because there's, like, all of this shit. Man who has had everything doesn't get why people are mad. Yeah, exactly. Like, Limsa Lominsa is, like, has, like, yeah, but, sorry, I could go, that's a slightly different point, but you're absolutely right. I think someone directly called him out as that earlier too, and that just went over everyone's heads, and I was like, that's really good, like, talk about laser-focused fucking annihilation of Alphinaud's character. It's just like, you're a spoilt child who doesn't know shit. It's like, he's kind of, like, really focused on his grandfather's ideals and nothing else. That's really a really poignant point. But the fact remains that my own grandfather... Okay, I didn't read that line. I swear to God I didn't read that line. I was just going back to him being, like, idealistic and shit. I didn't think he actually referenced his grandfather here. But the fact remains that my own grandfather risked unleashing the power of the 12 in an attempt to prevent the calamity. Thus, while I may not condone your actions, I at least understand them. Okay. Okay. You know what? He gives it to Iceheart. That is progress. Not so the Nath. I mean, we don't know the context of why they summoned it. Because his grandpa did. Yeah. Man who, yeah. Actually, I had a random question that's just, like, absolutely nothing. He only gets it because someone he follows did it. He's not going to get it for a while. Not because he developed that thought process. No, you're absolutely right. Shit, I didn't even... yeah. Because suddenly someone with a thought process he understands goes, oh, that's it. Okay, cool. And, and the worst part is he's just like, he immediately says, oh, well, clearly not the Nath, where it's like, dude, do you think if there's like a slight chance that someone has a reason to do that, that even the Beastmen might have one? Maybe? They definitely can't think like Grandpa. Oh, well, actually, the funny part is that he doesn't actually, like, he thinks he comprehends the reason his grandpa did that, and it's probably pretty basic, but he doesn't ever think about the thought process that led his grandpa to that, because he'd probably be thinking a bit more about why the Beastmen do that if that was the case. He just sees the ideal, sees that it matches on to Iceheart, and goes, ah, that's the same. That's okay then. They truly seek naught but territorial gain. I can only conclude that they are ignorant of the ruinous consequences of their god's insatiable appetite. The longer this primal is suffered to exist, the greater the suffering it will cause. It must be destroyed. You know, I think like in any other situation, I'd actually be kind of like, yeah, this is kind of weird that they just summoned their god out of nowhere. They're in a land full of dragons. I think that's cause enough. It's okay, let him hit puberty before labeling him as anything. That doesn't mean we can't critique his thought process, immature though it may be. How lightly you propose the destruction of this god, Master Alphino, a being of whom we know naught. Has it occurred to you that you may be sending the Warrior of Light to his death? The thing to note is that it wasn't their idea. Wait, was it whose idea? Oh, well, I mean, the Ascians brought them along that path. It wasn't an organic when the one mind to summon him. It was a suggestion from the man in black. Yeah, and actually, funnily enough, that would probably be easier to do because you just convince the overmind that this is a good idea, and suddenly you have an entire population that automatically thinks that's a good idea. Like, that would actually create the ideal circumstances for summoning literally anything as a primal, because you have a literal hive mind. Like, as long as you have the crystals, you definitely have the population. Shit, that's actually really fucking dangerous now that I think about it. Because if you can just convince the Overmind that summoning this thing is a good idea, that thing is going to be fucking summoned. Jesus. No, You have the right, Estinian. Tutsima, it is I who am guilty of presuming too much. Pray, forgive me. It's kind of my deal at this point, so... Wait, Aldine need not face this foe alone. Like him, I am blessed with the Echo's protection, and may do battle without fear of primal influence. Let me bear this burden. Hell yeah, teaming up with Iceheart? Fuck yeah. Or Yasali? Huh, do you truly imagine yourself a second warrior of light? Remind me, how many primals have you faced, my lady? Not that it matters, we know not where this god resides, or how to challenge it, unless you mean to pray until it appears. Which is an ironic line there, considering that that's literally how they become a thing. Estinian makes a valid point. Let us speak with the Vath and learn how best to secure an audience with their deity in this. At least I may be of assistance. Hey, the young lord certainly appears eager to prove his worth. I mean, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think that's going to be it for the stream tonight. Because it's getting late and I need to stop talking. So if my roommate goes to bed, that I'm not interrupting them or anything. So more Ace Attorney tomorrow, not more Ace Attorney. I'm also cooking tomorrow night, so I don't know if I'm going to stream much, if at all, of FF14, but I'll give it a shot. Depends on when I actually get around to cooking. But I'm gonna do more of this during the week. I'm gonna plan out a schedule. It's probably gonna be Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday for this. What you making? Spaghetti. I am trying different pasta sauces and different different spices with it. Oh, sorry, not spices. Oh, herbs and spices, yeah. You got a blog or Insta you post to? No. My cooking does not look pretty. It tastes good, but I'm not good at presenting, so that absolutely doesn't appear anywhere. But yeah, Ace Attorney tomorrow. Maybe some FF14. There's going to be FF14 during the week. I'm going to figure out a schedule for it. But yeah. Yeah, I think that's it for now. So, thank you for watching. You've been watching live or on the VODs. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful day, and I shall see you all next time.